We'll get started this morning with a public hearing. I'm Mark Pendergraft, and I'll be chairing this public hearing this morning. This is a public hearing for proposed Regional District of Okanagan's Milkmean Bylaws number 2800.55 zoning bylaw amendments related to off-street parking exemptions in OK Falls in Electoral Area D, and bylaws number 3099-2025 and number 2800.50-2025 OCP and zoning amendments related to the regulation of short-term rental accommodations in electoral areas A, C, D, E, F, and I. At this public hearing, all persons wishing to speak will be given an opportunity to do so and are asked to commence their remarks by stating their name and address. Written comments may be submitted before closure of this hearing. Anyone wishing to speak at this public hearing is asked to do one of the following. If you are participating in person, please step up to the microphone. And if you are participating via computer, please click the raise hand button, which can be found in the participants panel on the right-hand side of your computer screen. This will indicate that you wish to speak. If you are participating via phone, please press *3 on your phone's keypad. This will also indicate that you wish to speak. Having indicated that you wish to speak, you will then be placed in a queue until invited to speak. All speakers will be restricted to a time limit of 5 minutes until everyone who wishes to speak has had an opportunity to do so. Anyone wishing to speak a second time may do so by following the same protocol, stepping up to the microphone, selecting the raise hand button on your computer, or by pressing *3 on your phone's keypad. To submit written comments, please submit them prior to the close of this hearing by emailing them to planning@rdos.bc.ca, or for those attending in person, placing them at the head table. I will now ask Ben Kent Lanner to outline the specifics of the proposed bylaws. So please go ahead, Ben.
Okay, and I'll just wait for the PowerPoint to come up. Okay, the first item on today's public hearing is in relation to Okanagan Falls parking exemptions in Electoral Area D, proposed zoning bylaw amendment, RDOS file number D 2025.006-zone. So just an overview of the area subject to this amendment. The location is select parcels shown on the left-hand side of the screen here. These parcels are adjacent to Highway 97 in Okanagan Falls. The lands are subject to various OCP and zoning bylaw designations, and the subject area is approximately 9 hectares in size. The purpose of these amendments is to address issues that have been identified through day-to-day use of the zoning bylaw and the processing of various application types, including building permit applications. The specific issues are that the small and narrow parcel size in the historic town center were developed prior to zoning with large building footprints. And as a result, challenges have arisen related to the provision of on-site parking, and in particular, when a change of use is occurring in the existing storefronts, and when this change of use requires a higher parking standard than what is currently provided on site. Next slide. And so there's 3 proposed amendments. What's being proposed is a series of text amendments to the Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw. The first of these is to change the method of calculating the required number of off-street parking spaces. Currently, the bylaw requires that where there is an uneven number, that this would be rounded up to the nearest whole number. This change would result in that number being rounded down to the nearest number. The second change is in relation to off-street parking spaces being required as a change of use. This specific change would result in no parking spaces being required when all that is occurring is a change of use. The third change is in relation to off-street parking spaces, and it's just adding an additional condition that any existing parking spaces that existed as of April 21st, 2022 would not be permitted to be removed, repurposed, or rendered unusable. Essentially, this is just grandfathering any existing parking spaces that are located on site. Next slide. The second item that is subject to this public hearing is in relation to a vacation rental review in electoral areas A, C, D, E, F, and I. This is proposed official community plan and zoning bylaw amendments, and the RDOS file number for this is X 2024.017. And just to flag, as administration has received some comments in relation to business licensing requirements, those are not the subject of this public hearing. This public hearing is simply in relation to the official community plan and zoning bylaw regulations that are being proposed. So just the land use regulations and not any business licensing requirements. And so the specific amendments that are being proposed, I'll start with bylaw number 3099. This is the official community plan bylaw amendments. The first change that's being proposed is to replace existing vacation rental policies with new policies that support short-term rental accommodations. In addition to this, in areas D, E, F, and I, there are additional policies being proposed that would support a short-term rental accommodation only in a principal residence or in an accessory suite or accessory dwelling on the same property as the principal residence. If you can just go back a slide. The second change that's being proposed in this OCP amendment is to delete existing vacation rental temporary use permit policies. And in 3 of these electoral areas, being areas A, C, and E, it's proposed to replace the existing vacation rental temporary use permit policies with new short-term rental permit policies. Next slide. And just to expand on these new short-term rental permit policies, again, these would only apply in electoral areas A, C, and E. And these policies would support allowing short-term rentals through the issuance of short-term rental permits, subject to the following criteria being met. And there's 5 criteria. The first is the short-term rental use would be occurring in a residential dwelling unit. The second is that a maximum of 2 short-term rentals would be permitted per parcel, except in area E where the maximum would be 1. The third condition is that a maximum occupancy of 2 guests per bedroom would be permitted. The fourth condition is that 1 parking space per bedroom would be required. And the fifth is that the short-term rental would need to meet health and safety requirements. Next slide. The last change for the proposed OCP amendments is to introduce new tourist accommodation policies. Specifically, these policies would state that proposals that are not consistent with the proposed short-term rental policies would be considered tourist accommodation uses, and that the use of dwellings for tourist accommodation is discouraged. In recognition, though, that property owners may always seek an exemption to land use regulations, a policy would be introduced that would encourage any exemptions being requested to be submitted in the form of a temporary use permit application, and these may be considered by the Regional District Board. Next slide. And just to clarify what's meant by tourist accommodation uses, the key difference between this and a short-term rental use is that a tourist accommodation use is typically not occurring in a dwelling unit, and it's not related to a residential use of the property. And for this reason, these uses are generally restricted to specific tourist commercial zones. And I've just included an assortment of various images here in relation to recent applications considered by the Regional District with some examples of what would be considered tourist accommodation and not short-term rental. Next slide. Moving on to the proposed zoning amendments. This is in relation to bylaw number 2800.50. The first change being proposed is to replace 2 existing use classes, being bed and breakfast and vacation rental, with a new short-term rental accommodation use class. And that's listed below on this slide here. The second change being proposed is to then allow this new short-term rental accommodation use in all zones that currently allow for a bed and breakfast use. In other words, in all zones where a single detached dwelling is currently permitted. The third change that's being proposed by the zoning amendments is to apply the following density regulations in relation to short-term rental uses. So in areas A, C, D, and I, the maximum density is 2 short-term rentals per parcel. In areas E and F, the proposed maximum density is 1 short-term rental use per parcel. In the medium density residential, town and village center, and comprehensive development zones, there would be no maximum density applied. And this is in recognition that these zones generally allow for multifamily residential structures, such as apartment buildings or townhouses. And for this reason, the effective density limit would be 1 per dwelling unit. The fourth change being proposed with the zoning amendments is to apply the following miscellaneous regulations to short-term rental uses. So these regulations are applying a maximum of 2 guests per bedroom for a short-term rental use, applying a minimum of 1 parking space per bedroom, permitting year-round short-term rental accommodation. However, this would be subject to at least 1 dwelling on the property being used for residential purposes. Again, this is just referring back to the distinction between tourist accommodation and short-term rental. In areas A, C, and E, there is an additional requirement proposed that a resident must be present and residing in the principal dwelling unit during a patron stay, except as authorized by a short-term rental permit. And this is in recognition that these electoral areas indicated a preference for maintaining the historic distinction between breakfast uses and vacation rental uses. Lastly, there is a proposed regulation indicating that in the agricultural land reserve, notwithstanding all of these other regulations, short-term rental uses would be permitted only to the extent that they comply with provincial legislation, that being the Agricultural Land Commission Act and regulation, or proposals that have otherwise received approval from the ALC in the form of a non-farm use approval. Next slide. And this is just a flag that administration has identified an error in the bylaws that have been included on the agenda today. This error was in relation to a provision that was previously discussed at committee, however, was not ultimately supported by the Regional District Board. And this provision was in relation to regulations related to the occupation of a recreational vehicle on properties that are also hosting a short-term rental accommodation. As mentioned, this provision was not intended to be included in the amendment bylaws that are currently on the agenda. And for this reason, later today during the regular board meeting, there will be a revised recommendation that the proposed bylaw be read a 3rd time as amended, simply by striking out this section to address the error. That's the end of my PowerPoint.
Okay, thank you, Ben. I will now declare the public hearing open and ask if there is anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws. There's anyone in the room who can step forward, or if you're online, please raise your hand. Is there someone online that I'm not seeing? Okay. There's a couple of hands. We'll get Adam to bring them in. Mr. Arthur, or M. Arthur, are you online? Can you hear us?
Clarification question with respect to density, and it might just be terminology, but in area E where I reside, there was a restriction to 1 unit per site, and we have a bed and breakfast which has 2 bedrooms. Is that because it's in one house? Is that 1 unit, or would that require us to only rent 1 bedroom?
Okay, I'll let Mr. Kent answer that.
Yes, I can offer some clarification on that. So the density restriction simply refers to dwelling units. That's different than the number of bedrooms that might happen to be occupied. So a dwelling unit would be a reference in the zoning bylaw to either a single detached dwelling or a secondary suite or an accessory dwelling. So as long as the short-term rental use is being provided in one of those dwelling unit categories that are listed as permitted uses, that would be permitted.
Thank you very much.
All right. Was there anyone else who wishes to speak? Okay, we'll go to the one more online first, and then I'll go to the person in the room. Leslie Ford, can you hear us? Go ahead. Their mic is muted. If they could unmute themselves. Can you hear us, Leslie? She's lowered their hand. All right. There was someone in the room who also wanted to speak. If we can give them the mic, they're free to go.
Hi.
Start with your name and address, please.
My name is John Salakian. I live at 319 Carmel Crescent, and I apologize. Like I'm having a lot of difficulty keeping up with the process. And my question is, are you guys voting on this today, or is this just a discussion period?
It will come to the regular board meeting for a third reading. So yes, there would be discussion and voting on it at that stage.
Sorry, I'm asking about today.
Yep, that's today.
So you're saying whatever's being proposed now, if it's voted in, it will be voted in as a bylaw today?
I don't believe it would get final adoption. It would just be third reading at this stage.
What's the difference between final adoption and third reading?
Maybe I better go to the
'Cause
corporate officer to explain
just-
that difference.
I have been in communication with a lot of the counselors and the RDOS, and I've been like, I'm lost in the process of it, and I don't know where I have had comments, and I'm just not sure 100% where those comments have been left and what you guys are actually voting on. I know there was a presentation that was great, but like there's a lot of stuff and little nuances that I just don't quite get, and I'm just trying to figure out if there's going to be another one of these or if this is the final vote.
This right now is the public hearing, and tentatively it would be the final public hearing, but there will be another discussion at the board meeting. But I'll ask the corporate officer to explain the difference.
Like, will there be another chance after today for public engagement?
Not
Wow.
likely.
Okay,
but
I'm in shock. Okay.
I'll go to the corporate officer. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So bylaws require 3 readings and then adoption in order to become a full bylaw. For planning bylaws, between the first reading and the third reading, there must be a public hearing where public is given the opportunity to express concerns or ask questions, and able to write things in regarding the bylaw. Once the public hearing is closed, there is no further public input. The bylaw will then go before the board for consideration of third reading, depending on the bylaw. And I believe with this one, it would require some provincial approval. So between third and adoption, it would need to go to the province. Once the province gives their approval, it will come back to the board for consideration of adoption.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Did you have some comments you
Okay,
wanted to
so-
express?
Can I ask a question then? Because again, maybe it's just me, but having a hard time following. I have talked to Matt Taylor. Matt, could you confirm if in Area D, the current bed and breakfast require licensing and a $500 fee under this proposal?
I'm going to let Mr. Kent answer that.
Thank you through the chair. The current bylaws that are being considered only relate to land use regulations. So that would be the official community plan and the zoning bylaw. There is separate proposals related to business licensing of this same short-term rental use. That's not what's the subject of the public hearing right now. Just to clarify to your question, though, there was a requested amendment to an earlier draft of the business license bylaw that would have specifically exempted bed and breakfast, historic bed and breakfast uses from that business licensing requirement. So that is in place for areas D as well as area A.
Okay, and what's the relationship between the OCP and the future proposed bylaw with reference to, like, if you guys pass this today in the OCP, how does that get carried over into the bylaw in the future? And is the area D excluded in the OCP currently under this proposal?
I'll go to Mr. Kent again.
Through the chair. So the OCP bylaw sets out long-range land use policies that would then set direction for implementation in the various regulatory bylaws that are administered by the regional districts. So that could include a zoning bylaw as well as the business licensing bylaw. In this specific case, what's being proposed in the OCP in relation to Area D is the removal of historic vacation rental policies. And that's just in recognition that that use class is essentially being rendered obsolete by these new amendments, which are intended to mirror new legislation that has been introduced by the province using the terminology short-term rental accommodation. In relation to the business licensing requirement, that separate bylaw, I believe, was considered at the August 21st board meeting and has already been adopted. So that sets out the fee structure and the business licensing requirements for short-term rental uses. And as I mentioned just a moment ago, that does include an exemption for bed and breakfast uses in areas D and A.
Okay, you say a lot of words and it sounds like you know what you're talking about. And I'm not going to question that, but I don't understand. Like, could you just simplify it and just answer my question, yes or no?
Bed and breakfasts are exempt, yes, in areas D and A.
Okay, great. And that under the new OCP, that's included in what you're talking about now. Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws, either in the room or online or via phone? I can't see behind me, but if there is, please wave at us. Oh, one online. Okay. Dale, I believe. Can you hear us? Or I'm wondering if the fee of 500 could be in line with Penticton fee. I'm not sure what the Penticton fee is, but Mr. Kent, can you?
Through the chair, I believe this question is in relation to the business licensing requirement. As previously mentioned, that is not the bylaw that's subject to this public hearing. That bylaw was previously adopted by the board at the August 21st board meeting.
Okay, so that's already in place. All right, is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Okay, if you can bring up the next one. Rick, which one are we trying to get through first here? We can, Steve and Susan, if you can hear us, please go ahead. It's showing your mic is muted though, so unmute. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can. Very loud. Go ahead. Oh, you've got your mic muted again.
Stephen Susan Jasper, 2502 Winifred Road in Naramata. We've been running a B&B with 2 suites legally for, this is our 10th year. And so far we've had absolutely no complaints from any of the neighbors We have off-street parking. We support the local community as far as the amount of money that our guests spend in the community is really astounding when you think about it. So we're concerned that now the new regulation specifically for Area E restricts us to 1 unit. And I don't understand why you'd want to do that, because that's basically taking away a tourist potential, which is really important for the Naramata community, as well as being, of course, important for us personally. It's in our principal residence, and we've been operating for 10 years. So I just want to know what the reason for doing this and specifically for Area E.
Could I just ask you to clarify when you say 2 units, is that in the same single house or are you in 2 separate homes?
No, it's in one house. We have 2 B&B suites in the same house.
Okay, so that would, as my understanding, but I'll ask Mr. Kent to clarify, that would just be 1 unit, correct?
Through the chair, it would be difficult for me to comment on this particular situation without knowing, what previous approvals have been issued on this particular property, what the exact configuration is. The answer may depend, depending on the exact specifics that are going on in this case. As for the bylaw requirement, it does set out a maximum density regulation of 1 short-term rental per property. So that would be 1 in any of those different dwelling unit categories that I listed out previously.
Okay.
Single attached, accessory dwelling, secondary suite.
All right. I'm not sure that answers your question, but is there anything further?
I'm not it doesn't clarify it to me, because Area E is somehow different from the other areas in the sense that you're restricting to 1 B&B unit per dwelling.
Okay. That was the direction that was given to the board as what we wanted to go with for that area. So is there any other questions on that? Otherwise, I'm going to go to the next person. Adam, who do we have? The difference between a TUP process and the short-term rental permit process. So can Mr. Kent explain that difference just quickly, and then we'll. It would be nice if you did include your address. It just says Area E. Okay. Okay, can you bring someone up from online? Yeah. Randy Ludwar, can you hear us? If you can, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just curious. You said letters of support or objection could be filed as part of this process. What's the timing on allowing for filings of letters?
It's after this ends, the close of this public hearing.
Oh, so we'd have to have it in by end of business day today?
No, actually, at the end of this public hearing, which it's hard to say how long this will go, but within the next few minutes.
Okay. It's unfortunate, but okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have something they wish to? Adrian, which one are you bringing up? Dale, can you hear us? Please go ahead.
Do you hear me?
Yes, go
Yep.
ahead.
Thanks. Dale Payton. I'm in area E. I just want clarification on the principal residence requirement. I've gotten conflicting information, and I don't think I quite caught it from the slide deck.
I'll go to Mr. Kent.
Through the chair, the policy that's proposed to be introduced in the Area D official community plan simply states that the short-term rental use would need to occur in a principal residence or on the same property as a principal residence. So that could include a suite or an accessory dwelling on the same property. The bylaw specifically does not include definitions surrounding that principal residence requirement, and that's in recognition that that is being regulated by the province with the introduction of the new Short-Term Rental Accommodations Act. So that would also apply to residents in Area D, and that component is part of the registration that is currently required to be done through the province.
Okay, I meant to say, or I did say area E, elephant. Is that the same there?
Through the chair, the policy language being introduced in Area E is identical. However, Area E did not opt in to the principal residence requirement under the new legislation. This would simply, as a requirement, require that property owners indicate that the use is occurring in a principal residence on the property as part of the business license application.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else online, Adam? Oh. Which one do we have? Who's up? Oh, up. If we can just hang on a sec till the mic is there, and then go ahead.
Hi, my name is Irina Rudneva. I'm at 319 Carmelisville, Area D. I have a question. I'm just a bit confused with the
Fucking speakerphone is gone now.
oh, speakerphone is going now. So earlier it said 2 STR per parcel. My question is this: if you're doing an Airbnb and you have, let's say, 3 or 4 rooms, I'm just exaggerating, but is that every room
Now I
is an
can't even get it
STR?
on speakerphone.
Continue.
So, okay. If you have 3 or 4 bedrooms, is every bedroom considered a different suite, STR, or is it one short-term rental per room?
Individual rooms are not counted as each as a unit. It is, if there's 5 bedrooms in the house or 4 bedrooms in the house, that is one unit.
Okay. What
Okay.
about accessory dwelling? Would
That would be a separate unit. If you were using your home and an accessory dwelling, that would mean 2.
that would mean 2? Okay.
Okay.
So essentially somebody who has, like, let's say, little houses, you know, like cabins or whatnot, they can only do 1 or 2 depending on the area, correct?
Correct.
And what is the purpose to I suppose limit that versus Airbnb, who can do 5 bedrooms, and then you have these cabins doing perhaps 2 or 2 maximum, depending on the area? Wouldn't it be the same amount of people, and why would you just limit that versus?
I'm not sure there's a straight answer for that, but I'll go to Mr. Kent.
Through the chair, I can speak to that. So for Area D specifically, that maximum number of dwelling units permitted to be allowed for short-term rental was intended to reflect the provincial requirements that were introduced with the Short-Term Rental Accommodations Act, which does speak to either a principal residence being used for short-term rental accommodation or a suite or an accessory dwelling on the same property as that principal residence. So the intent was to match with the provincial legislation.
Okay. Is there anything further? No. The next one on the line please, if you can hear me, go ahead. Dale? Can you
Sorry,
hear
I
us?
already spoke. I'm not sure why my hand would be up again.
Okay, sorry, that's just probably a leftover. The next one, please, Adam. Rod, are you hearing us?
Hello?
Yes, go
Yes.
ahead.
Okay, yes. So this is Rod Ryu from 2625 Gammon Road in Naramata. I just want to voice my opinion on the subject. I actually think all these regulations are going against what the provincial regulations had intended. I believe the provincial regulations were put in place in order to help bigger cities to lower their rental costs, and applying that to other areas like very rural areas wouldn't really do well. I believe it's actually hurting tourism and businesses more than it's helping out renters. I am a small business owner. We try to help the community as much as possible. And I really believe that it is not a good idea to do this. And it's actually not in line with what the province had in mind when they put in those rules. And that's my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your comments. Is there anyone else in line? Behind me, there's someone. Okay, I'll go to the person in the room. If they have the mic, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Bridget O'Brien, and we're going to move to Naramata here pretty quick, and with the intent of running an Airbnb or renting out a couple of rooms. And English is my second language, and I'm a little bit confused regarding all the terminology about dwellings and what this all means. So would you be able to simplify this for me so that I have a greater understanding of what it would mean, what the requirements we would have to meet so that I can have a short-term rental?
Mr.
Like
Kemp.
I have 2 bedrooms in my house, and I was going to, supplement my income and be part of the community and add to the livelihood of Naramata, because I think tourism and the surrounding businesses would be greatly enhanced by having people stay. And yeah, if you could simplify this for me, because all this professional lingo, I really don't understand.
Okay, we'll give it a shot.
Thank you.
Mr. Kent.
Thank you through the chair. In Area E, the proposed regulations would allow for one short-term rental accommodation in one dwelling unit on a property. So that could either be a house or a suite or an accessory dwelling. Okay. In addition to that, whichever of those dwelling units is rented, there would need to be a principal residence on the property. It needs to be someone's principal residence on that property. Further to that, there would be a business license requirement, which would be an annual business license to allow that short-term rental use. There is also a distinction being made if the short-term rental involves the operator living on site in the same dwelling as the guests during operation.
Is I have one house.
So essentially what would have historically in the regional district have been called a bed and breakfast, where essentially what's being rented out is individual rooms with shared cooking facilities typically, and the actual operator living in the same house. That does not require an additional short-term rental permit. However, if the operator is not present and in the same house as guests during operation, that does require a short-term rental permit, which is separate from the business license. So there's two different scenarios that you could fall into. One is what has traditionally been called a bed and breakfast, where you would only need a business license. The other category, where there is no operator on site, you would require a short-term rental permit as well as a business license.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. And Adam, we have someone else online. Adrian, can you hear us? Not.
Can you hear
Go
me?
ahead, Adrian.
Oh, hi, yes. My name's Adrian. I'm actually in Port Moody, but quite a while ago, we bought a house in Naramata with the intent on eventually retiring up there. Made a substantial capital investment. Obviously, a lot of our retirement savings have gone into this house. You know, and I just really want to understand first, what's the rationale behind the principal residence requirement to kind of echo the concerns that are another resident in the area, I think he was on Gannett Road, around why the requirement for the principal residence is in place for the Naramata. It's a small town under the 10,000 population. It doesn't have the long-term rental housing issues that come with the big cities, which I suppose I can possibly understand.
Okay. I'm not sure we can address that. Did you say
there must be some reason that the RDOS is considering a principal residence requirement for Electoral E? And I would just like to understand what that is.
I'm not sure Mr. Kent can answer that. He's shaking his head no.
It's just something you just arbitrarily are going to do or wish to do? There must be some rationale behind it, no? Nobody can answer why we're doing this?
It's different for each area. So
yeah, and I'm specifically talking about Electoral E. Like there must be some rationale behind it. I mean, I think as we've heard quite a bit, like this is an area that is fueled by tourism, and short-term rentals certainly support that. Long-term rentals, people that are going to come and stay in the place for years and years and years, they're not going out every weekend and buying cases of wine, right? They're not going and renting kayaks every weekend, right? So I mean, there's a significant economic impact here. So there must be some offsetting reason as to why we've suddenly decided to move to only allowing this in a principal residence.
Okay, I'll go to Mr. Kent. He'll attempt to answer.
Thank you through the chair. In Electoral Area E, the OCP policy referring to a principal residence requirement was direction from the Regional District Board, and that's the reason why it was included in these amendment bylaws.
Okay, so it was carried over from the past.
So could I propose to the board here today that we pause on this at least to have more dialogue around it and allow the public to have more input on it? Because I don't think it's, by the sounds of things and from what I'm hearing in the community, it doesn't sound like it's a very favorable bylaw.
Okay, we'll take that into consideration. Thank you for your comments. Anybody else online? Which one do we have? Robin, do you hear us? Not seeing Robin.
Oh, hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh yeah, hi there. So I'm Robin Frederickson. I'm a resident of Naramata Area E for about the last 23 years. About the last 4 years, we've operated B&B out of our property. And so I just want to again clarify what the new regulations are. So as I understand it, the way you explained, a bed and breakfast has to be a principal residence. At least one of the owners has to live on site while guests are there. And then what would sort of the limiting factors be? It sounded like you said something about there would need to be shared cooking facilities in order to qualify for the bed and breakfast exemption.
I'll go to Mr. Kent.
Thank you through the chair. Historically, the regional district's zoning bylaws have distinguished between a bed and breakfast and a vacation rental use. The difference between the two is whether there is an operator living on site and in the same dwelling as guests during operation. That distinction is proposed to be carried forward in the new regulations, simply under a different name. Both of these uses are proposed to be called short-term rental accommodation going forward. And the historic distinction between the two is being retained for Area E in the form of a new separate regulation.
Okay. So the definition of what qualifies as a bed and breakfast hasn't changed. It's just sort of some terminology as to how it's sort of grouped in with a short-term accommodation. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then as far as the short-term accommodations go, it's required to be a principal residence. The owner does not need to be on site, but you're limited to one unit per property. And are there any limiting factors on the number of bedrooms that one unit can have?
Go ahead, Mr. Kent.
Through the chair, there is no maximum number of bedrooms, but there is a maximum number of guests per bedroom. It is a sliding scale.
Okay. And then would there be any maximum number of occupants?
Yes. Okay. What was the other question? I was distracted for a half a second.
Yeah, no, that's not a problem. So you just explained that there was a maximum number of occupants per bedroom, and I was just curious to know, would there be a maximum number of occupants like that would cap out per property regardless of number of bedrooms?
Mr. Kent? Go ahead.
Through the chair, the maximum number of occupants is 2 per bedroom.
2 per bedroom, but there wouldn't be a maximum number of occupants per property. It's just based upon the number of bedrooms included within the STR dwelling.
That's correct.
Okay. No, I'm just trying to understand the rules so that we make sure we can stay on the right side of them. No, I think that answers. Actually, the only other question, because I came late, is there going to be a different fee structure going forward for the bed and breakfast? Like, are we going to now be required to have a business license? I think previously we just simply had to state that we were operating as a bed and breakfast, and that, and then we paid a little bit extra on our water and taxes and things like that.
I believe there is, but I'll just clarify, Mr. Kent.
Yes, in Area E, depending if there is an operator on site or not, a short-term rental permit may apply. The fee for that is $500.
Okay.
In both cases, a business license fee also does apply, which is $500.
Okay, and with respect to a bed and breakfast, will there be the short-term accommodation fee, or is it simply just the business license required?
It would just be the business license in that case.
Okay. No, that makes it all clear from my end. Thank you for answering my question.
Okay. We do have a number of questions online in the chat. Public hearings are not meant to really be asking questions. This is the stage where you should be stating your opinion, whether you support it or not. With that in mind, and with the time factor here, I'm going to recess this public hearing and ask for some information to be released in the future to answer some of these questions. And we'll just let this corporate officer explain what's happening here. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chair, if the board would like to recess this meeting, we can do that. And if we state that the meeting or it will reconvene on September 18th at 9 a.m. at 101 Martin Street, I don't believe we'll have to advertise further. We'll just let everyone know who's in attendance that we will reconvene this meeting at 9 a.m. on September 18th at 101 Martin Street in Penticton.
Okay, thank you for that. So September 18th, 9 a.m. in Penticton. This hearing will reconvene. All right, thank you everybody for your comments on that. That brings us to the regular Regional District Okanagan Smilkameen Board meeting. We have a proposed agenda. There is one amendment to it. We will be removing item G3. So looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved, seconded. Thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. Consent agenda, corporate issues. Looking for a motion to approve those. Mover, thank you. Seconder, great. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to delegations. And I believe we have Pam Workington, Executive Director of FIRST. I'm not sure whether they're online or in the room. Online, I'm being told. So if we can get them. Sure.
Thank you. I'm just taking time to get ready and I'll share my presentation. I assume you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you and see you now. So please go ahead, Pam.
Perfect. Thanks so much. I am talking today about the 100 Test Kit Challenge program that we offer through Take Action on Radon. Take Action on Radon is a group of organizations, including CARST, the Canadian Cancer Society, and then Dr. Anne-Marie Nicol. We work under a program that is funded by Health Canada to raise awareness on radon across the country. The 100 Test Kit Challenge has been running over the last 7 years. We've worked in over 160 communities across all provinces and including Northwest Territories, and we've worked with First Nation and Métis groups. We've been able to distribute over 30,000 detectors with an average return rate of about 74% and been able to support many in mitigating their homes after they've tested. So the goal of the 100 Test Kit Challenge is not only to distribute kits, but to raise awareness on radon locally, to support communities, to raise data or gather data on the radon in their community. The steps involved include advertising the program, launching with an information session, distributing kits, and then there's kits testing for radon is long-term, so there'd be a time where people would be testing, and then there would be a mass collection of the kits. Each participant then would receive their own personal report, and then we would also provide the communities involved with a summary report on how many participated, the average number of homes that were above and below the Health Canada's guideline. And so that's a quick summary. I'll go into just a couple of details about radon. So radon is naturally occurring across our country. It is linked to lung cancer. So it's the #1 cause of lung cancer for people who don't smoke. Health Canada estimates that over 3,000 Canadians per year are dying of radon-related lung cancer. And it also greatly increases a smoker's risk of lung cancer as well when you combine both exposures. Now, radon is radioactive gas that comes from our soil. It enters any building that has contact with the ground. It can move up into upper levels, but typically the highest levels can be found in the basement or the first floor because that's where the source enters. When we recommend people test for radon, we recommend that they test during the heating season for 91 days or more. And so in the 100 Test Kit Challenge, we use Alpha Track device, these one-use devices, which is similar to the one pictured here on the screen. They're reliable. We do quality control to make sure that the results are accurate. They're one-time use, so people put them in place and then need to return them back to the lab. And then we include quality assurance measures again to confirm that we are maintaining the quality of the measurement devices. Now, once somebody has tested for radon, they then can make a decision whether they want to mitigate and reduce the levels in their home, but the levels can be easily reduced. We do have guidance on how people can reduce their radon levels. Health Canada has an action level as well as a guidance that if levels are above 200, that they reduce within 1 year. It can be easily reduced. We do have a national certification program, so we can direct people to a list of professionals where they can hire to reduce this. And our research shows that levels can be reduced by over 90%. I put a list here in the slide so you can take these. I won't linger too long on them, but we have worked with many communities across BC over the last number of years. This last year, we did work with Strathcona Regional District as well as the RDCO and then Fraser Valley District. So we have worked with regional districts in the past and often repeated. So we provide free program for the first year, and then in the past, some of the regional districts have decided to maintain the program, and we've worked with them over a number of years. This coming year, we are in conversation with Osoyoos and Penticton, which are part of your area, about launching the programs, and then a few other communities in BC. So we're just in the process of confirming this year's. As far as results, so we do know that there is a number of homes and a number of communities that have homes that are above guidelines. So we do have stats here on the communities that we've worked with across the province. This represents the number of homes in a community that are above the 200 level. So you can see that with the RDCO, we've seen in the interior Okanagan that there are a number of high levels of homes in those jurisdictions. And so we've been able to provide them with support to make sure that they communicate out with their citizens about this. And in addition, we've been able to work with other programs. So we support the BC CDC, which has developed a radon map. And so you can go in and access this where they pool data and they provide regional information about the prevalence of levels. And this is publicly accessible map that you can find or radon database. Another program that we've been able to support is the BC Cancer. So they have a screening program that if people do test their home for radon and they do find that they have a level of over 800, they can apply for a lung health check. So they can go and have a screening themselves to get an early detection of lung cancer. And then another, I mentioned the fact that we do have a national certification program for radon professionals. So this is accessible, and we often work when we start to see areas in the country where there are high levels with local professionals to try and encourage them to get trained so that they can, homeowners can reach out to somebody locally. And then we also, through the Canadian Lung Association, have developed a radon mitigation support program. So this is a grant that provides people with $1,500 towards the cost of a radon mitigation, which is typically almost about half of the cost for a simple home. And it's for people who have tested for long-term, that have a quote from a certified professional, and then they need to qualify. So it's an income-based report, so they need to be under the provincial median income. Or it also, you can qualify if there's an occupant in the home that does have lung cancer, then that's also a way to qualify for the grant. So just a quick overview of the timeline. Currently, we're in the process of planning and preparing for the 100 Test Kit Challenge. We typically launch these programs in October, November. November is our Radon Action Month in Canada. Again, because it's a fall or a heating season that we want people to test, then that's why we target starting the tests then. And then in the spring would be the collection period, and when people would start to receive their reports from the lab. And so this kind of details the campaign that we were proposing for the RDOS. So currently we're working to, prepare. We would provide some resources to help with developing the communication with the community. So we sort of have draft resources, but we work with a community liaison in the district to be able to, tailor them to make sure that it's we roll it out effectively in the community. When we launch in the fall, again, we would launch the communication plan. We're proposing about October 1st to start distributing the detectors in the end of October. So we'd make sure that the detectors are in the community in time to organize distribution locations. We would launch the awareness event on October 27th. And then distribute them across the following week. So people would go in, pick up their detector after they listen to the information session. It includes all the instructions for them to be able to set it up in their home and get it started. And then in the spring, then, as I mentioned, the tests would stay in. So we talk about 100 days to make it simple, but at minimum 91 days. So we'd have a collection period in about February, and then each individual so then we would pay for the shipping because the detectors need to go back to the lab from the collection locations. Each individual would receive their report, and then we would meet. Once we get all the reports, we summarize the data. So we do protect each individual home or person's report, but we would summarize the data to answer questions from you or the local communities about the data that we're seeing. So we would meet with you to do that, and then we would provide a summary community report. So here's some of the sample resources that we have developed that we'll share for the project. And then often we get sort of questions, so I can certainly answer any of those questions, but we have been working with Matt to support developing this if this is something that you want to proceed with. So I'll pause and see if there's any questions.
Okay, I'll check with the board if they have any questions. Go to Director Monteith first.
Through the chair, I guess I'm curious to how you decided which areas would be a part of the program, and specifically because St. Andrews, which is part of Area I, which is right beside Area C, they've identified an issue exactly as this, and it's actually been in the media. So I guess I'm curious to why they were excluded.
So one of the things that we talked about was possibly doing a multi-year program. So we would start with some areas with the idea that we could potentially roll it out. We do look at considering the need, and then also where there is either a lack of testing has been done, or possibly a lack of accessibility to tests, and then also where we think there may be some potential.
Any other Director Holmes? I think it's.
Yep,
yeah,
thank you.
You're good.
I just want to ask you about the detection kit. And so our public library has radon kits that they rent, that they let out, you can take out and I presumably return them. So that wouldn't be the one-time use device. That would be something else. So could you just explain what the difference would be between the one-time use one and the kind that you can book out from the library?
Yeah, so there is a difference in the type of device. So the one-time use comes in a little plastic package. You cut it open. It's live once you open the package. So it's not digital. It's just simply a piece of plastic, and it averages the radon level, so it doesn't tell you really what your radon level is until you return it to the lab. The lab will assess the little plastic that's in the device and then tell you what the average was while that device was open in your home. Where the digital monitors that are in the libraries, those have a little screen on it, so they tell you the ongoing radon levels. So you'll see the ones that the library typically use provide a new level every 24 hours or so. So you can kind of see if the radon levels go up or down. And typically the lending periods are not 3 months. They're shorter than that just because of the given ability for the library to include it in their lending program. So sometimes they're 4 to 6 weeks. So this isn't quite as long enough a time frame that we'd like to see people testing for. But then also there's limited number that are available. So this would provide an opportunity to extend the number of people that could test by providing some additional detectors in the community. So if they haven't been able to use a digital monitor to screen, then they could use our devices. But then also the the material in the program recommend people follow up with these long-term tests, and those are the ones that we're offering.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for Pam? I see online Director Coyne, Senior. Go ahead.
Is this the same program that was out in the early 90s? I've like the health inspector came and put one in my basement back in, we're still building our house, so it was late 80s, early 90s. And then we never ever heard anything back from them. They just came and took it away and said, thank you very much. And it's just, is this the same ongoing program? I guess is the question.
It's not. So it's the same concept. That program, as far as I know, so I've only read research based on that program and documents from it. So I'm not, 100% familiar with how they did it. I'm a little bit surprised you didn't receive a report, and that's a major difference for us in our program. We want to make sure every individual homeowner receives the report. So this is all geared towards, each participant, this is for them so that they can know what their radon level is and understand the health risk for themselves. But that program that you're talking about from the 90s, that was conducted across the country by various levels of government to help us with research. And it went into what was done in around 2007, where Health Canada assessed that there is actually a bigger issue. So there was a number of residential case studies, so control groups or people with lung cancer tested their homes. And then they have, determined from that research that radon is significant across our country and that we do need to do more awareness for people. And so, so it's a different program, but.
Okay, thank you. Director Gettens, you have a question?
I do. Thanks. I've got a couple of questions, if I might. Thanks for the great presentation and very concise and excellent presentation. My question is the awareness event. I think you said it was going to be on October 27th. Is that an accurate timeline for October 27th? Okay, thanks. And then is the awareness event in person or online?
We would host it online, but we could communicate, or we have proposed options that maybe like local libraries could open it up so that people could come in person, and we sort of have a hybrid. I think those are sort of some of the details that we were going to work out once it's confirmed.
Thank you. And then with the grant, sorry, Chair, I just one more question, or two more questions, sorry. With the grant of up to $1,500, and you said that's about around half the mitigation of average mitigation cost, and it's income-based. Okay, and then the individual reports, they're protected to the individual home. Is that like that's private to the home, but then you summarize the reports to provide out to you? Okay, thanks for that. With that question, I'll move the administrative recommendation that the board supports this.
Okay, I'll hold that for a minute until we're finished with the delegation and then check and see if there's any other questions for her. Not seeing any hands, so thank you, Pam, for the presentation. Information was great to know, and we will see where this goes with. I'll take Director Getten's motion now. Need a seconder for that. First, I got a seconder, so I'll go to the CAO.
So we do have a board report with a recommendations with specific electoral areas. If that's, you can read that out.
Sure,
that's
please, so everybody's clear.
The staff recommendation is that the board support the take action on radon challenge for electoral area A, C, F, and H. And there is staff here to answer questions if they want to know how and why those 4 areas were chosen first. However, I did confirm that this is stage 1, and those that did not make it on this list will be stage 2. So everyone will make it, but I do have staff here to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on this? Not seeing any hands. So I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to item C, Development Services, Rural Land Use Matters in Area C and Agricultural Land Commission Referral, CAO.
Thank you. An application has been submitted to the ALR under section 21.2 of the Agricultural Land Commission Act and referred to the regional district in order to permit a subdivision to occur at the Agricultural Land Reserve, with the staff recommendation being that the RDOS Board authorize the application to subdivide the parcel located at 8856 Highway 97 to proceed to the ALR. Staff's here to answer questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Chahal for direction on this.
Thank you. Through the chair, I would like to move the administrative recommendation.
Okay, so you're moving it. Is there a seconder? It's on the floor. Thank you. Any discussion on this? Not seeing any hands. This one is corporate. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. C2, a development variance in Area D, CAO.
Thank you, Chair. This application is seeking a variance to minimum parcel size for subdivision that applies to the subject property in order to undertake a boundary adjustment, with the staff recommendation being that development variance permit D 2025.015 to vary the minimum parcel size of a portion of a hooked parcel to undertake a boundary adjustment between the properties at 4287 and 4301 McLean Creek Road be denied, and staff's here to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. I will go to Director Taylor for direction on this.
Can you hear me?
We can.
I'd actually like to move the alternative. If I can speak to that briefly.
Sure. I'll just see if it gets seconded first. It's on, you're making the motion. It's seconded. It's on the floor. Go ahead, Director Taylor.
Yeah, I just want to note that this is a boundary adjustment. Yes, there is a hooked portion. It's presently scrub and has not been farmed or grazed. The neighbor that is acquiring the land is expanding his agriculture business and putting the land into grapes. The neighbor that is shrinking is no longer farming and has been unsuccessful in selling as a horse operation. And if we don't do this, the hooked portion will continue to be vacant, dormant scrub. So I see this as a positive improvement.
Okay. We've got the motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion? Comments? Don't believe I'm seeing any hands. This one is a rural vote, so I'll call a question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. That brings us to C3, another development variance in Area D. I'll go to the CAO.
Thank you, Chair. This application is seeking a variance to the maximum height of an accessory building that applies to the subject property in order to undertake the construction of an accessory building, with staff recommendation being a development variance permit 2025.021 to allow the construction of an accessory building at 4812 Bassett Avenue also be denied. And staff's here to answer questions.
Okay, again, Director Taylor, your area direction on this?
I'd like to refer this to the APC.
Okay, so you're moving to send it to your APC. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you. It's on the floor. I'll call the question. This would make it corporate when it's going to the APC, I believe. I'm getting a nod, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. Down to C4, official community plan amendment in Area E. CAO.
Thank you, Chair. The proposed amendment to Electoral Area E Official Community Plan Bylaw 3010-2023 are intended to provide exemptions to the temporary placement of metal storage containers or parcel designated as being within the Naramata Village Center Development Permit area, with the staff recommendation being that Electoral Area E Official Community Amendment Plan 3010.04 2025 be read a first, second time and proceed to public hearing, and that the Board of Directors consider the process as outlined in this report from the Chief Administrative Officer dated September 4th, 2025, be appropriate consultation for the purpose of Section 475 of the Local Government Act, and that in accordance with Section 477 of the Local Government Act, the Board of Directors has considered amendment of bylaw number 3010.04, 2025 in conjunction with its financial and applicable waste management plan, and that the holding of the public hearing be scheduled for the Regional District Board meeting of October 2nd, 2025, and that staff give notice of the public hearing in accordance with the requirements of Local Government Act, and again, staff's here to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Federico. Direction? Okay, you're moving it. Is there a seconder? Thank you. It's on the floor. Any discussions on this one? Not seeing any hands. We'll call the question. Rural vote. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. Items C5 and C6 were going to be if we had closed the public hearing, so those will be carried.
Yep.
C5?
C5 is good.
It was part of that public hearing, and so we have to delay those until the next meeting. So that brings us to C7. I believe we can deal with that one. And this one has got to be voted on in separate, kept as two items voted separately. So I will go to the CAO for C7.
Tracy. Just put C7. This?
Business
So
licensing.
that's the one that's also deferred? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Just through the chair, in relation to item C7, it is somewhat related to the previous item in relation to vacation rentals.
So you're recommending we maybe hold it off until we deal with the others?
It wasn't the subject of the public hearing, but it is interrelated. So I just wanted to flag that for the board's consideration.
Okay. We will hold it off until next meeting as well. So that brings us to community services, license of occupation for Wharf Park in Area E. CAO.
Thank you, Chair. So administrative recommendation, I'll do the purpose. The purpose of this report is to renew the tenure of Wharf Park to manage and maintain a community park in Naramata within the electoral area E, with the administrative recommendation being that the board acquire the license of occupation from the province for a term of 10 years over all unsurveyed Crown foreshore being part of the bed of Okanagan Lake, together with what the part of Block District 3166 and a number of other blocks for all the Similkameen District and Yale District, and containing 0.77 hectares more or less of the community park purposes, and that the board authorize the chair and CAO to execute the required documentation.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Federico. I'm sure she would want to move this, so it's moved to it's seconded. Thank you. It's on the floor. Any discussion? Again, seeing no hands, this one is a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. Down to finance, E1, Electoral Area D Community Works Funds, CAO.
Thank you. So the purpose of this report is to authorize additional funds required to complete the Garnet Family Park Development Project parking lot upgrades, with the staff recommendation being that bylaw number 3117/2025 being a bylaw to authorize expenditure of $24,000 from the Area D Community Works Program / Gas Tax Reserve Fund for the purpose of completing the Garnet Family Park Development Project be read a first, second, and third time and be adopted. And that bylaw 3102.04/2025 being a bylaw to amend 2025 to the 2029 5-year financial plan to include the expenditures of $24,000 from the Community Works Fund be read a first, second, third time, and also be adopted. Staff's here if there's any questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Taylor.
Yeah, the budget amount here will allow for paving between the road and the park pathway, which is also paved. So we essentially had a piece of gravel in between two pieces of paved area. And I think this will allow us to get that part to a status where we can say it's complete for a period of time, decade or whatever. So I'd like to make the staff recommendation.
Okay, you're moving it. A seconder. Thank you. It's on the floor. Any discussion? Again, not seeing any hands. We'll call the question. Corporate vote. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That motion carries. That brings us down to no legislative services. CAO reports. A verbal update on the strategic priorities. CAO.
Thank you. Before that, I'd just like to bring up some information. There's a strategic priorities workshop coming to the board in the very near future. And I would recommend and suggest that if you have any ideas that you're going to talk about at the strategic priorities, to email me so that so I would have a list. And if that's forgot during the program, I can actually remind you, and we can have a list that we can pass on to Mr. Nielsen, who's going to be hosting the strategic priority plan. And one other thing is there was a CAO meeting with the 7 CAOs in the region. And one of the things that we actually agreed upon and is actually have 5 of the municipalities who, and the only reason Penticton's in it is not in it because they have their own operational health and safety officer to partner up with the regional district to have a mutual operational healthy officer that we can share as a group. There is going to be a report going to the board to actually authorize this, and it's cost neutral to the regional district. So the municipalities will actually help fund a portion of an FTE if their council agrees to it. And with that, the next section is the strategic priorities. I do have staff here to talk about the library and the change in strategic priority plan, and I'll pass that on to the 2 staff members.
Okay. Sure. Go ahead. Get the mic.
Not going to sing, promise. No. My question is, we were asked, or I've been asked by a managing director to pass on strategic information or things that I'd like to move forward. If I have already done that, should I still send you an email as well?
It's going to be send it to me, yes, because then I can follow up on it if it misses the queue. We are going to increase the efficiency for this, where there's going to be an actual online form or hard copy depending on the preference, so that I would actually automatically get a copy and I can follow up on the process, but also staff can follow up on it. So we do have one that's active right now, and I'll just pass that on to the 2 staff members.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll comment on that if I can, just to provide a little bit of context and tell you what's coming. So we're in the process of developing a board policy and a submission form. So the intent is to gather more information about projects or actions that you want to have included on the staff work plan. In consultation with Alan Nielsen and over the next coming weeks, we'll be working with him and our staff team to identify the next steps. So we have a draft policy that's not been shared yet. It's still in the works. There is a submission form that Jim had mentioned will be an electronic form. It'll be using Microsoft Forms. So I'll share a link and there'll also be a paper copy. The idea with this is that we gather more information about what projects you want included. There's no rush to do that today. Staff are starting our session next week, and the board is having their first session next week. And I understand that the second session for the board is the middle of October. So there is time. We're starting this process now. We're ahead of last year's schedule as well. So we're allowing for more time to be coordinated on this and ensure that actions that were deferred to 2026 are taken into account and prioritized, because we do not want to continue pushing those farther. So those ones that have been deferred, that's where the staff team needs to review that and ensure that we can find all accommodations to keep them on the work plan in the year that they're dedicated for. So we are doing that. There is a process that will be very simplified, so we can capture all of your projects that you want included. If you have questions further beyond that, you can speak with me, but Jim and I will be receiving all of those submissions. And from there, we will take them to the managing directors and their teams to share and elaborate and make the plans for that. Then we'll come back and forth. So that's in the works and coming. I do want to provide an update on the strategic plan. So at the last board meeting, I believe Jim provided a verbal update. Since 2 weeks ago, as of today, we're 68% through the year. We've had another 4 actions that have been completed, and our current overall percentage is 53%. Now, a lot of the projects are slated to be ending at the end of the year, so that's why that number is still a little bit lower. But I can say that as of the end of August 31st, which was just this past weekend, there are 34 projects that sort of fit into that calendar where the projects would be ending by August 31st, and that percentage is 87%. So I can share additional details. The projects that were slated to be ending in July and August and now September, those ones are quite high percentages, 95% for the projects ending July 31st, 87% for the projects ending August 31st. So those are doing well and on track. We'll have more information as we move forward. The 4 additional completed projects were the Cobal Park lease renewal and park improvements. That was led by the Parks Division. The Similkameen Trail resurfacing, that was led by the Parks Division as well. The renewable and electrification feasibility studies was completed by the sustainability team. And the West Bench active transportation corridor, Bartlett Light Drive lights, that was also completed by the capital projects team. So that concludes the update. If there's any questions, please let me know.
Okay, we have one right now, Director Fedrigo.
Thank you to the chair. Who decides that a project is a priority or not? Because I feel many of us around the table have put in what we would like to see as a high priority has been bumped to next year. And after next year, a few of us will not have a next year. So is a board possibly not have a next year? So is a director priority a priority, or is a staff priority a priority? And then as strategic priorities, are we deciding what is a priority? Because how do we get there? Thank you.
I'll go to the CAO.
So this is the first year that we've done it this way. Just a reminder, there was 11,000 hours more asks than we have capacity for. So what we did is we went to the board and split the projects between 2025 and 2026. So nothing got canceled, and nothing will ever get canceled. They will just be moved. We went to the board and asked the board, does this meet your needs? So we asked if at that time a director thought there was something more important, we would take a look to see if it was feasible to move from 26 to 25 or 25 to 26. In talking to Mr. Nielsen on your strategic priorities that's coming up, I'm used to having a weight. So you'd all be able to put a weight on each of the projects. It's a little easier for council, and I don't know if the member municipalities do that, because there's only 7 or less council members. Here there's 20. But we are going to looking at a way is to put a weight on there, because a priority 1 for one electoral area may not be a priority 1 for another electoral area. So it's difficult to determine what goes first. Ultimately, the board has the final say. If we do the weight or not, you'll get a list of what we see as doable for 2025. Normally, your strategic priorities get priority. However, there's work that we do that have to get done. If we have to build an arena and we have to borrow money for that arena, that's a priority. If there's a risk that is out there that we have to remediate so that risk is gone, that's a priority. So the risks would take number 1 priority, but we will always try to get your priorities first.
Okay.
And Matt, you are going to talk about the library? Okay.
Great, thank you. Do want to move on to the library change of scope? Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair and members of the board. The item before the board at this point is the Naramata Library. There is a project on the current strategic priority tracker relating to the Naramata Library. However, it's a renovation focused project. The project was initiated, and in the assessment, it was determined that there were some structural challenges with the building, which have been addressed and are deemed safe, certainly, but there is a key question because the associated costs with a substantial restoration are well beyond what the anticipated renovation was. So I know the area director has brought forward the discussion about an assessment on a possible acquisition of an alternate site. So this, of course, is not the discussion. It's not an in-camera land discussion. This is simply taking the current strategic priority and considering for the board's review to change that to a potential acquisition of a site elsewhere in the community. So that is the discussion that is outlined in the report in terms of the two phases. That's laid out in the report. The first phase, which would be anticipated to be completed over the remainder of 2025, is that preliminary assessment. And of course, as that initiative advances, should the board wish to make this change, staff will be returning back to the board with various details in terms of potential acquisitions.
Okay, thank you for that. And I will go to Director Federico.
Thank you, the chair. Yes, so as much that happens in local politics, we can't always anticipate what will happen. And so as staff delved into the caving in of the roof of our library, it came to light that there was some structural stuff happening in there. So at present, we have some, well, it depends if you like the steel look, a beam all the way down the middle of our library. And the cost to renovate that was well over 200,000. So we'd be looking to borrow to do that. Our library and a few other tenants within that space have outgrown it. And so there is opportunity to look elsewhere within the community for available building and land space that can accommodate far more than what that building can. So for the remainder of this year, it is simply to do, as Mr. Koch has identified, just to do that preliminary look. And then if there is land that is available, a land assessment, and whether that makes sense to move forward with a new library building. And then as we get into strategic priorities for 2026, depending where this lands, then this project would then be moved into the 2026 strategic priorities. So for this year, it is simply just to evaluate what is available in the community. And then if anything is identified, just to further whether that makes sense to acquire for this space. So I will move, if that's what I need to be doing, a change in scope to this project.
Okay, so you're moving the change in scope. Is there a seconder? Seconded, it's on the floor. Any discussion on it? Director Taylor?
Question to staff. I'd just like to understand if I'm generally supportive of the project, the idea, but I'm wondering if we're committing ourselves now to phase 2 and 3 in 2026. And that's sort of prioritizing this already onto the list. Whereas when we go through the workshop, we might decide. I find it hard to believe that we would, but just wondering if we can look at phase 1 and then phase 2 and phase 3 comes up in the strategic planning workshop.
We'll go to CAO.
Phase 2 and 3 would have to come to the workshop. However, by saying yes to this, you are pretty well committing to phase 2 and 3 if phase 1 is successful. Because there is a lot of hours that are going to be taken up, but that's how the process works. And you will be looking at a priority list, and the board will then determine if it can come. But you are in a position where it'd be hard to say no.
Yeah. Okay. Director Coyne.
So
I really don't care about phase 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, any of that. Right now, I mean, we haven't even entered into any sort of like discussions with the property owner on a price. It's at the point where they're willing to discuss a price. And I think until that happens, like, this is all speculative. So why can't we just sit down with the guy, find out what the price is? We're able to move on a brand new building for the regional district in what, like 2 weeks? Why can't we make this happen in a timely manner so that something can happen? Because we have a building that is being held up right now with steel beams and posts to keep the roof from falling in. And I'm just having a hard time listening to the circle go round and round and round and round when we have a building that is really, you know, we're patching it up so it doesn't fall on people. I'm confused here.
Okay. Director Federico?
Thank you, the chair. I can add that there is one building and parcel that has potentially been identified, and there's potentially a timeline on that. So that's where a bit of urgency in this takes place. And then, yes, we are kind of then into phase 2, 3, but phase 2 would then need to be referendum. And so then, you know, that would come fairly imminently into early next year. In terms of scope of like phase 3, 4, are we in a new building? What does that look like? We're not even there yet. It's simply just do some due diligence right now and then potentially referendum. And that's kind of where we're at. We're heading into early next year.
Okay. Any further discussion on this? Not seeing any hands. This is corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to other business, or I should just check with the CAO. That's all for your report?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. The chair's report. As you are aware, I was away for the last meeting. It's the first meeting I've missed in almost 20 years, I have to say. So it was nice to get away for a bit, but I will thank the vice chair for filling in and ask him if there's anything that he wanted to report on in my absence. No? Okay. Don't do it again. Don't do it again, eh? Director's motions. Is there any director's motions that someone wants to put forward? Not seeing any hands there. Board members' verbal updates. Anything to report on from your communities? Okay, a couple of hands on the screen. I'll start with Director Coyne Senior. Go ahead.
Yeah, so last Friday, we had a really good turnout at a public meeting public information meeting at the Hayes Creek Fire Hall to do with the Chain Lake dam and upgrade and whatnot, and where it is and where it isn't. And it was really, really great to have so many people turn up. We had 3 staff members and a consultant there, and it went really well. And it's really ironic that we had that public information last week, and then we went through this exercise we went through at the start of our meeting today, and wow, what a difference it makes when people are in the room. I think maybe we need to back up the bus here a little bit in the future and go back to getting out in the community more and relying less on the electronic stuff. I'm quite comfortable with the electronic stuff for myself. However, at that meeting last Friday, it was pretty darn evident that a lot of people aren't. And it was a really good showing. And watching the crowd, it was a lot more, you learned a lot more than just what was said in words. So I think it was a really great thing. And I think that we really need to consider having more and more of these public engagements, because that was awesome on last week. Thank you.
Okay, Director Gettens.
Thanks to the board, or to the chair, sorry. As you know, we were in a meeting yesterday with Minister Anderson. Not a super successful or altering or changing meeting, that's for sure. There's a little bit of follow-up that I will do with her before we meet with the citizens on Wednesday. We are going to do a Teams, it's going to be a hybrid meeting, so we'll have some guests via Teams. So I'm hoping that some of the board members can find some time to join us. I think it'd be a good meeting to listen to. James Mack, our ADM from Walrus, will be there, and I know our MLA will be there, and our MP, I think, is going to be zooming in. So yeah, I think we'll have to, at the meeting, just sort of review where we are with the regional district and what we can and can't do as far as the referendum question and how to make this the most feasible we can for citizens. So yeah, I just want to let you know, I don't know if Mark or the vice chair, the CAO, there's several people in the room, if you have anything further to add. I know there's some updates from the Municipal Finance Association that we can talk about probably later when we have a few more details, but yeah, I just wanted to let the board know about that.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other verbal updates? Director Coyne Jr., go ahead.
Yeah, we're monitoring 3 fires in our region over there. The most notable, I guess, would be the one that's what do they call it, Mine Creek or something like that over on the Coquihalla. It's I don't know if it's in Area H now, but it's pretty darn close if not. That's closed the Coquihalla and it's putting pressure on Highway 3 and because there's no truck traffic allowed to go up the Fraser Canyon. It's supposed to come up 3 through 5 and whatnot. So you guys will probably see more vehicle traffic through your part of the world. We have another one up in the mountains, not that, it looks like it's far away, but it's not that far away from between Tulameen, Princeton, and Manning Park. It's kind of right in the middle. It's grown rapidly over the last 24 hours. And so we're monitoring that. And then there's one in Manning Park itself that's close to the, it's on kind of, I think it's close to the Skagit, but it's near the highway. So we're monitoring that with the winds that are supposed to come today. So just so you guys know, there's a lot going on over there right now. And we are in conversations with Merit as well, just so that we're keeping lines of communication open on our side of the mountains. So.
Okay, thank you. CAO?
Just let the board know that the Protective Services Manager is here and is going to be giving an update on the fires during the Protective Services agenda item.
Okay, thanks for that. Any other verbal updates? Don't see any hands. Brings us to section I, which is items coming out of closed session. And there is one of those, and I will go to the CEO to tell us what's coming out of camera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a rise and report from the August 21st, 2025 closed board meeting. It was moved and seconded that the board supports the following statement regarding the Okanagan Falls incorporation process. Following years of provincial consultation culminating in a vote on March 22nd, 2025, the residents of Okanagan Falls voted in favor of incorporating into a local government. The incorporation process is provincial jurisdiction, and the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen's role in the process was limited and directed by the province. The Board of the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen supports the legislated incorporation process and the province's role in that process and requests a transparent, defined, efficient, and timely issuance of the letters patent. The board acknowledges the support of the Union of BC Municipalities as outlined in their August 18th, 2025 letter to the Ministry of Housing and Municipal Affairs. The Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen is committed to working in partnership with the Osoyoos Indian Band and the province of British Columbia. The Board of Directors respects and appreciates the collaborative efforts that continue throughout the incorporation process.
Okay, thank you for that. And I believe that brings us to the end of our agenda. Looking for a motion to close. Moved, seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? We are adjourned. And we have a few minutes before we start hospital district. So Washrooms are down the hall for those that need to use them, and some
It's 11 o'clock.
goodies at the back if you need something quickly. And
We have 15.
Director Johansson will get it going at 11.
I used to attend with the youth program at Penn Court regularly.
It's actually just yours. Oh, the rest of switch.
Alrighty, we'll get ourselves started here. I'd like to call the this meeting of the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District to order at 11:10 a.m. and look for a motion to adopt the agenda as circulated. Moved, second, all in favor. Opposed, motion is carried. Just have some minutes to adopt that the July 17th, 2025 minutes of the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District Board be adopted. Moved and second. Any further discussion? Call the question. All in favor? Opposed, motion is carried. And we'll move right into our delegation from the SOS Divisions of Family Practice. We've got Tracy St. Clair here, Executive Director of the SOS Divisions of Family Practice, and Dr. Jennifer Beijing, Board Chair for the divisions. And I will pass it over to you, and Adam will get your presentation up. Good to go. Oh, sorry. Just before, I think Director Gettins was wanting to recuse herself.
Excuse myself. Thank you very much. Just because I work for Doctors at BC, a funding partner. So thanks.
Thank you. I don't think we're voting on anything, but we may provide some direction. Well, she's made the decision not to, so we won't challenge that. Okay.
That is the wrong one.
What's that?
That's the wrong presentation. Sorry about that.
What I received.
I know, I have a feeling it's been the wrong one. You have it here. Can we plug in a computer? Would that work? Or can you send it to someone?
Or USB. Yeah, I put a USB feed.
Sorry, guys. I'll just start us off, and we can go without the notes for a while. There's some graphs later that we really want you to see. So, as Martin mentioned, Tracy St. Clair, Executive Director, Division of Family Practice, and Dr. Jennifer Beijing. And we want to talk to you about the broader role of Division of Family Practice, but primarily really where it hits physician and nurse practitioner recruitment and retention, and where we're at these days.
So the Division of Family Practice is made up of family doctors, nurse practitioners, and midwives. We exist essentially to support them so that we can provide care. So they're trained to provide care. We help to support and organize them. Family doctors have always kind of been outside of the mainstream of the health system, and so we have a lot of choice and independence, which can make us hard to organize. So the division helps to bring everybody together.
This is quite a bold statement, and something that I think we're not 100% comfortable with, but our mission is essentially to try and coordinate that there is primary care and access to primary care for everyone in the South Okanagan-Similkameen. And why I say that's bold and uncomfortable is because we only actually have influence over a piece of that. And so we work very closely with our member practitioners in the region, and we enjoy incredible coherence and collaboration. We know that it is more collaborative and coherent in our area than the whole rest of the province. So that's the piece that we do have influence over, and it works well. What we don't have influence over are things like policy, who gets paid what, and you're going to see what the impact that we're seeing on the rural communities. So while our goal is to have care for everyone, it's very ambitious given that we're just a piece of the puzzle.
So good timing, because this slide actually just shows the number of different areas that this one right here, yeah, all the different areas that family doctors and nurse practitioners work in. So we think of them traditionally being in the community clinic, but hospital, palliative care, oncology, substance use, urgent walk-in, long-term care, maternity care, mental health, after hours, emergency room. Those are all of the areas that we work in.
So how do we do it? We recruit. This is, sorry, the next slide. So we recruit, we try and get primary care providers. And when we say that, we mean family physicians and nurse practitioners to our region. We spend a lot of time making sure that we are retaining them. And so what we've found is happy providers deliver service. And so they will stay and they will enjoy. And in fact, where we've had the biggest success is we've helped them coordinate to really pitch in. So where you saw that full service, I call it the bubble diagram, all the areas of care in the past, and in very small communities, all physicians do all those things. And so where the division comes in is we actually help organize the family physicians and nurse practitioners to together provide that range of service, but without the burden on any one person. And we spend a lot of time innovating around gaps that we're seeing.
So on the next slide, we can see the distribution of providers in our rural communities. And as you can see, overall, we're relatively stable, but we also recognize that we have an increasing patient population and increasing patient complexity. So even though we have a stable number of providers, there's increased need for care in all of our communities. And we recognize that the smaller the community, the bigger the impact when a provider leaves and bringing a new one on. So we recognize that retention is key. It's way easier to keep a provider than to train, attract, and onboard a new one. And this is just looking at Summerland, Penticton, and OK Falls. So again, we're looking at longitudinal providers. There's about 40 more that are working in locums and programs. And we really see kind of that there's a lot of involvement in hospital and specialty care, rising complexity, and a kind of a shift away from the 80-hour work week. So again, we're seeing people collaborating in practices, shared practices, working across different services and creating that pitch-in model that we've been working with.
So just staying on this slide for a minute here, back in 2014, of those providers, 16, 39, and 2 that were working in clinic, they were also, a lot of them working full spectrum. They were working generally 60 to 80 to 100-hour weeks, and where you're seeing the rise in numbers is people no longer wanting and willing to work those hours. Around 2017, we identified that in the next decade, 50% of the family physicians were going to retire. They were of the age. I think our average age was around 55 back then. So we knew we had to do things differently.
And that's where you're starting to see slowly a rise in numbers. And that's in part because people, as physicians retired, we started to see practice shares. So two people would come in and cover what one physician had been doing, but they're not just working, covering that physician's community practice or clinic. They're actually also covering off hospital. They're covering off, again, all those things on the outside of the circle, oncology. And we have seen a shift more towards GPs, family physicians, covering off specialty areas as specialty areas get more specialized, and there's less specialists. And we're happy to answer questions on all these, but we'll just get through. We're almost done. Evidence of success. Next slide. We, as to my knowledge, are the highest number of retention of our resident program. So 95% of our residents were the UBC South Okanagan South residency program has 6 new residents a year. So any given year, we have 6 year 1s and 6 year 2s. When the 6 year 2s graduate, 95% of them have stayed. And so that really is where we're seeing our biggest growth in terms of recruitment. And our attachment, while we know that there's a number of patients who are unattached, and we aren't looking to stop our efforts until everyone's attached to a provider. Our goal was 23,000, or sorry, 15,000, but we've already attached 23,000. So we know that it's working. It's not enough, but we're going in the right direction. And as I said earlier, we are amongst other medical communities really seen as out front of where family medicine is going.
And so on the next slide, we can see the overall attachment comparing the South Okanagan Similkameen to the rest of the province. And every major category, we have a higher attachment rate than the rest of the provincial average, which is pretty impressive considering the fact that the average age in the South Okanagan Similkameen is 20 years older than the average age in BC as a whole. And on average, patients take about 3 more patient visits a year compared to the provincial average. So we're needing more care, more time seeing our physician or nurse practitioner, and we're attached higher than any other area in the province. But just like Tracy said, we also recognize that there's still people that are unattached. So we want this to be, 100% attachment. We need everybody to have access to care. So we don't want to stop there, but it does show us that our recruitment and retention work that we're doing is making a difference.
So what the types of programs, so we can go to the next one. Thank you. The types of programs that are working are clinic management. And I think we've just recently been in the news with the Colleen Schneider Medical Center community inpatient program. So that was, again, out of Penticton Regional Hospital, 2018. You've heard me talk about it before, but 2017, we started seeing physicians starting to drop their privileges in hospital. And when you have a everyone does everything model, if a few drop out, then the burden lands on the rest. And so slippery slope, we are seeing it in the smaller communities, more like Oliver Asuya's side, where you've got the first 1 or 2 or 3 say, you know what, I just can't keep up this pace. And so you need to do something different. So what we did in Penticton is we started a community inpatient service. So we contracted with doctors to come in and take a portion of the patients 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, and work alongside all those other physicians still in hospital. That has, other than the residency program being our #1 recruitment source, we've now grown that program. It started out with 1 physician who worked in that service. We have over 30. And they're only working in hospital part-time. So while these people came to Penticton to be able to work in hospital in a nice group setting that's supported, they are also working in the community. A lot of them have taken on clinics in the community, or they're locuming, or they're doing maternity, or they're doing different things. And same maternity center, that was another 2017, 2018 development that's really grown. And we were losing family physicians out of maternity care for all kinds of reasons. And the midwives and the GPs were working completely separately, brought them together, and they found a model where they work together. And we are one of the only truly functional maternity programs right now, at least in the interior. You'll see maternity in the news all the time. And we just had people come yesterday from Salmon Arm who could not get care, could not deliver in either Kelowna or Kamloops, were turned away. And so they're coming our way. So again, these are programs that we know work. So the common thread, and if you want to go to the next one, is really that we are, if we manage the program, if we coordinate it and let the providers have say still in how they work, but really focusing on medicine, then it works. And this, as I referred to, is the latest clinic that opened. It includes a walk-in clinic that we stood up in October of 2023, community walk-in center. And that now, community walk-in center now in Penticton has 42 doctors signed up to work shifts. We're running most days 4 shifts a day, and providing virtual service throughout the South Okanagan-Similkameen. So when we unexpectedly lost a physician, had to go on leave in Karamias, and there was quite potential panic there, we did already have a service where we could start to refer patients right away, and they could have access. It's not ideal. Doesn't replace being able to be seen and have longitudinal care in your own community, but it is it's something that most communities don't have anymore, is walk-in clinics. And so just to make things confusing, we were told by the ministry in end of 2023 that while this is a great model, we don't actually want divisions of family practice doing the business administration. But we happen to have the South Okanagan-Similkameen Healthcare Society ready to go as a nonprofit, and they assumed responsibility for clinic management and administration of these programs in 2024. So we've been able to maintain those services as we go forward.
So that's, if we go on to the next slide, we showed you a slide earlier which showed the number of different areas that family physicians work in. And in Penticton, Summerland, and OK Falls, we really are a bit more isolated. We pick and choose kind of where we're working, but in our rural communities, the burden is heavier on the providers. The expectation is to work in all of the different areas that are available in town, and that can sometimes put a lot of pressure on the providers. And so we're kind of working with some of the areas on how to be able to attract new recruits and reduce pressure. So things like, do we have to be in the ER? Can we get that supported from other physicians coming in there with a community inpatient type model for your inpatient care, with providing that walk-in clinic service and support in Karamias? So how can we further support when we have more providers in our centers with some of our rural areas?
Okay, almost done, promise. So the things that you can really help us with are keeping communications positive. We know there are times in each of your communities where it doesn't feel good. You're hearing from patients, they're desperate. And we can provide you with information on, at the very least, how to access the community walk-in clinic virtually, because that is available across the region. But keeping healthcare communications somewhat positive in the news is going to help you attract and help us attract new providers. Where we find it hardest to recruit is where you think you're coming into, burning fire. You just need people want to work where they're supported, and where they're supported by their community and also by their colleagues. So that's where I know Spencer, Princeton, you guys did a Love a Locum program, still doing it. And that I hear about Love a Locum program, Princeton's, across the province. And I still hear it. And that's been going on 10 years, like a long time, since 2013. I think is when we did the big shift with the new providers. And so, yeah, just anything that you can do in your communities to keep the healthcare message positive, but not underplay. Like we know how desperate it is. And especially when you're in that, in the more acute phase of something that's going on. So we're doing everything we can to attach. And the best way we can do that is by having more providers. And of course, housing and childcare. If you can figure out that one, we do have providers who are not working at full capacity because they can't get childcare. And we do get a lot of questions around housing. It can be a real challenge with people who are looking, choosing what community to go to. And more specifically on the next slide, we could use some help. We do get 65,000 right now from Ministry of Health and Doctors of BC to, and essentially what that does is it funds a staff person for the division to make sure that we are getting advertisements out, like, so it's called Health Match BC, to make sure that we know where there's vacancies in clinics and that we are advertising them in really traditional medicine venues. And of course, responding to inquiries and tours. There's a lot of interest in our area. For every one physician you land, I don't know how many you interview. Nicole might know, like 10, 20. Yeah, it's kind of a constant stream. And what we want to do is get a new recruitment website going. I think our word of mouth among physicians is pretty strong, especially within BC, but I think we can do a lot more with attracting doctors if we're able to tell our story a bit better around why people do work here now and why they want to stay here. And then bringing us into the 20th century in social media. And I'm really embarrassed saying that, but anyways, 21st century, 20th. Anyways, a little bit behind on that. And community recruitment campaigns, just being really targeted on areas that, communities that we know need a lot of attention. So.
Yeah, I don't have anything else to add. Just help us tell a story. It's a great one. We know it's a great place to live, a great place to work. We've had so much success, and so helping to tell the story so that other people know what we already know.
Is that it? Okay, thanks, Tracy. Thanks, Jennifer. I just got a few comments and then I'll open up to the board for some questions. I think the question of providing funding for physician recruitment and retention is a timely one for sure. Just had a meeting on Tuesday with all the chairs and Minister Bowenmaw from the new infrastructure minister and the health minister, Josie Osborne. And definitely one of the things hospital districts are starting to think about is not only capital resources, but the challenge of human resources. And they're looking at things like recruitment and retention, clinic development, healthcare worker housing, those types of things, because it's great to have all these facilities and all this equipment. But if you don't have anybody to work in there, then we're really not providing access to healthcare for people. And, the question I'd like to get from an answer from the board today, is this something the board is willing to consider? And if it is, we should ask staff to investigate and to bring it to our budget discussions in January. There are other hospital districts that are doing this. I know of two. The Thompson Nicola Regional Hospital District has a $30,000 line item in their budget. I think they're partnering with the foundation to do recruitment and retention. And the Caribou Regional Hospital District, I know less about that one, but I understand that they're funding $350,000 for recruitment and retention. Again, I assume this is being done through a third party. I think the information that staff could bring back to us would include how others are doing this, how and what and where the funds are being spent, result satisfaction with the programs that they're. I think it's a approach worth considering, and more information would be needed, but I think that we should support the idea and get some more information so that we can consider it in our budget discussions coming up in January. And I'll open it up to the board. I've got Director Roberts, Director Barkwell, and Director Quinn. Director Roberts.
Thank you, through the chair. There is Mike.
Oh, there is where's the other microphone? Right there. Toss it from here.
Thank you, through the chair. And again, I'm in support of this. And again, thank you for your presentation and all the hard work that you've done. It's been quite exemplary. Moving forward, I have questions. First off, in regards to what we're discussing here, is this something when your question was to the RDOS, is this something that cannot or should be covered under the hospital district? Is it something because of the funding model? Is it something that would fit in there, or would be a separate line item in regards to the regional district versus the hospital district?
We need more information, and I would get our CEO to look into that, but I understand it is a line item within the regional hospital district. I mean, we did something, we stretched ourselves and provided an interest-free loan to the town of Oliver for some housing. So there is wiggle room in there. I also know that you can get permission from the Ministry of Health to do something if you're something outside what would be considered the Hospital Act. So more information to come on that, but I understand the other hospital districts are doing that. How they're doing it, I don't know. That's good. Director Barkwell. Oh, Mike, sorry.
Just one.
Yeah.
Thank you. Your success is impressive, but it also seems like your success comes at somebody else's expense. And I guess the question is, why isn't the province training enough physicians? Provincially, we try to recruit internationally, and that leaves, I've seen it before. We're very poor countries. We're stealing their physicians, and it just doesn't. And then at the same time, we give them $100 million in aid. Should we be lobbying when we go to UBCM and we speak to the Minister of Health or whatever minister might be appropriate, that they increase the physician training in the province?
Yes. I think that we need to, and it needs to be done quickly. I think the worst thing that we ever did was recognize that physicians were the most expensive part of the medical system and shut down medical school admissions because fewer physicians would be cheaper. And now we're just playing catch up. And so I understand that SFU is supposed to open, but has been pushed back from what they were originally planning to do. And that was a whole new medical school. So we are well behind. We should not have to be recruiting internationally. We should be able to train locally, but what to do in the meantime.
Do you know which minister we should be speaking to this about? Like all of our communities, the more times they hear it, the more weight it'll carry.
We should probably know, shouldn't we? I think the other thing to mention too, because you had said it comes at other expenses, and it's a competitive business, recruitment, and we're competing across Canada. and really internationally. One of the things that I've been enjoying is level of cooperation within the interior. So there's 7 divisions of family practice in the interior, and we meet monthly. And we are actually doing our first physician conference together as a group in November, where we are selling our region. We know that we have a lot of doctors that live in Penticton who work in our rural South Okanagan, Similkameen communities. They're also working in Williams Lake Emergency Department. They're also working. So we are seeing a lot of mobility, and it's not just where you live. So I think there's a ton of potential. And I think the goal is to have enough numbers that you can cover off the services wherever they are. And it's incentivizing those areas that are less attractive for whatever reason. And when I say attractive for recruitment. So we are seeing across the province it's much more difficult to recruit and retain in rural communities. And when I say retain, there's a lot being done around return of service programs. Like you'll hear of international medical graduate or practice ready assessment. I think I've got those right. And those come with a 2 or 3 year return of service. So you can be placed in a small community, but the percentages of people who stay in those communities is very, very small. So though when we talk about incentives, I don't think it is mandatory thou shalt do this, which, has its time and its place, but what are those broad incentives? So we used to see more incentives for rural communities before the new payment model came in. And we haven't seen with the new payment model, it's just kind of leveled out some of those, what used to be incentives. So those are areas when you're at UBCM, if you can ask, what are the incentives for living and staying and working in rural communities? I know within the medical community, that's a really big conversation.
Director Quinn?
Got lots. First on, you mentioned housing. Struggling, we're all struggling to build houses, but I'm struggling to get a commitment from anybody to say that they will fill those houses. And I have developers who are willing to build, stuff, but Interior Health or nobody will say, yep, we'll lease those off of you, which then the developer's like, well, why am I going to build you a house if you're not going to guarantee me, occupancy? So that's something I'd love to see, because I've hounded everybody in the world on this, and I'm out of patience on it. So I'm going to throw that at you guys and see if you can get some sort of traction on it, because I'm done with it. The funding idea, I'm in favor of that, as long as we're not competing against each other and we have a way that we make sure that we're supporting one another, rather than, it's all going to go to one spot. Because this is the thing I hear from, recruitment stuff. And I've lost 2 doctors to Penticton, and one came back, and now another one's over there. And now I think he's going to Oliver to support you guys and whatnot. And so, I get there's mobility, but at the same time, we have a hard enough time keeping, and we do a lot of recruitment. We do a lot of, work to keep our doctors in our community, a lot of work to keep our nurses in our community. So as long as we're not going to be competing against each other within the regional district, I'm more than happy to support that and whatnot. And the last one is the incentives. So we can talk financial incentives till we're blue in the face, but people don't want to come to rural communities because they want to live in a city, right? So I'm competing against the amenities that Penticton has. I do not have a population or a budget. My 4 million in taxes versus what do you guys get in Penticton? Like, your budget's 400 million. Like, it's not a comparative figure, right? So I can't build I can't build 120 in taxes still. I can't build an indoor pool. I can't do all those things. And in my school district, you know, it doesn't compare to the one over on this side of the mountain. So I'm struggling to keep families, you know, that move here from a city or move here from somewhere else in the country who want all the same things that they had. So when we're talking incentives, it's got to be more than that. It's got to be quality of life incentives, and we need your guys' help when it comes to talking to the government and talking to the funders, because they tell us you're too small for that pool. You're too small for that arts facility or arts center or whatever. And that's literally what we've been told. We've applied for we're on our third try on an indoor pool in my time as mayor. And the last two times we were told it is too big of a project for a town your size. That was the answer we got. So, you know, we can't keep doctors and we can't keep professionals if we don't have the support and the push from the professionals saying we're not going to go to those communities if we can't have certain amenities, because that's what we're told by them. But it doesn't go to the government, who's the ones who give us those grants. So that's my ask to you guys, is that you push them for those supports for rural communities.
Yeah. I mean, I think that sounds great. That, you know, that's something that I've never personally thought about in terms of the amenities in a community and how that could affect recruitment and then retention. And when we talked about incentives, you know, not to come from the community, but to come from the province, but talking about that in lifestyle is a whole nother way to talk about it. That's amazing.
Our new doctor that's coming has kids, right? It's him and his wife will both work at the hospital, and they have kids, and they're going to expect a certain, you know, level of education for those kids that I can guarantee you right now they're not going to get. So these are our challenges, right? We're part of the bigger school district. We're the smaller part of the school district. We get the lesser, they don't say it, they deny it, but we get the lesser amount of the training time and the stuff in our schools. So we don't have a full shop. We don't have, you know, we struggle to keep an athletics program, and Merit doesn't. So these are the things that I need your guys' help with.
Boy, would I love that ability to influence that way. And I hear you. So a few things. One is we've been, and again, if you're at UBCM, so one of the things that we see is in the residency program. So when you're going through med school and then residency programs, there is a lot more availability and ease of training in bigger communities. So I know that there was quite a conversation going on amongst some of the rural communities where we were starting to strategize when they were talking about SFU, can that be a rural medicine program? We need a rural medicine program, really, like through and through, because it's a different type of medicine. It's going to attract different people. So that's one thing I think we could do together, because the system isn't geared that way right now. And when you look at the latest primary care review from the province, 75% of providers in the province live and work in Fraser, Coastal Health, right in the heart of it. So anyways, that's one thing I think we could do together. And to give you an example of what's changed over the last 2 years since we saw the new payment model come in, is there used to be something called the Rural Locum Program. And so we would see it be quite attractive, especially for younger physicians who are trying out where they want to practice, to go and do a 2-week locum, a 1-month locum in Princeton, in Karameas, in Oliver, or Asuyas. Since the payment model changed, you can't get a locum. And that is no longer an incentive, because you can actually make just as much in Vancouver. And so we hear you on Princeton can't compete with Penticton. Penticton can't compete with Vancouver or Kelowna. And so those are the types of things that if you start to ask questions, like, and actually have the ministry really think about the impact of, or share, we cannot get locums around here. You cannot retain physicians in your small communities when they can't take a vacation, literally cannot take a vacation. And so they're covering for each other. And you're just, you know, you're on that rat race. Anyways, I'm not trying to create a negative story because we don't, that's not helpful to us. But those are the types of changes that we've seen in the last couple of years that I know that there's talk about changing that. But I think the more you living in small communities can say just what the impact is, it's just going to resonate differently. And to be clear, we, with our recruitment efforts, we look at the whole South Okanagan-Similkameen. And what we're seeing is the conversations starting to shift from how do we work in the way we like in Penticton to how can we go out and support our rural colleagues, because we're seeing the need out there. So we are seeing more and more SOGH emergency shifts, people coming down from Penticton. When Karamius had a physician leave over the summer, we've had 2 physicians going out weekly to Karamius to run a walk-in clinic just to help them out. And we stepped up. We had extra shifts filled at the community walk-in clinic to be able to do at least virtual care. So we are seeing within our region definitely a stepping into that space. But you really, the more you can attract people to come and work in your communities in a lower barrier way, then you have to take on a panel of patients, work in emerge, do hospital, do all these different things, and let them experience your community. That's how you start to get people hooked and wanting to stay. And Princeton, the physician group there, has the biggest following in Canada. They are known in every medical school. So when med school graduates, and we've heard this over and over, because we ask them when they come to this area, we say, what brought you here? And they're from all over Canada. And they say, oh, we either worked in the Princeton program or we heard about it. So yeah, you just can't underestimate those, you know, seemingly smaller things.
I'll go to Director Bloomfield.
Thank you, and through the chair, I appreciate the comments from Director Coyne Jr. And you know, the one thing that we do have to realize is that this is the South Okanagan-Similkameen Division of Family Practices. It is a regional body, and that, you know, if we agreed to any funding to it, then it does concentrate on the region, further to what Tracy has just been telling us. And I, for one, would feel very comfortable about supporting a consistent funding model for this group. And because I believe in, you know, if we support one another as a region, then we're all going to be better off. And as much as I appreciate Director Coyne's comments about our taxation base, I think Penticton would actually need a lot more doctors if we had a $400 million budget, because that would represent a 900% increase in our taxes. So, but joking aside, I'm not sure if that was a motion coming out of the chair, and if it was, I'd like to second it. But if not, I'd like to make a motion to take the ask from the SOS Division of Family Practices to the appropriate budget deliberations, whichever budget that deems to be coming out of, and take it to that deliberation for next year's budget deliberations.
Take that as a move, and Director Roberts is seconding that. So Director Gilbert, we're running low on time, so this will be the last question, and then we'll vote on it. Okay, Director Holmes.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Just a quick question, and then I'll make a comment to it. And this is for Ms. St. Clair. When did that funding model change with the locum? And why that hasn't, yeah, when did that funding model change and when did you start seeing the drop off with the locums?
February 2023 was when we started with the new payment model. And so it wasn't actually a change to the locum program, but the locums can be paid quite well through the longitudinal family physician payment model. And that's made the rural locum program less attractive.
I've been involved with the division for 13 years, and it feels a little bit like you're chasing problems, and every time that you solve one, it actually creates 3 problems you hadn't thought of. And the longitudinal family practice payment model has been very successful in attracting physicians to work in what we call longitudinal practice. So that means in your clinic and you have a panel of patients that you're responsible for. And it's done that well. One of the knockdown effects is it made other areas of care less attractive. And unfortunately, a lot of those areas of care that are less attractive end up in rural communities.
Director Holmes.
Oh, sorry, can I just do a quick follow-up to that? I just want to make a comment, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, quick follow-up and just a comment, because I think I agree with the motion that's on the floor, and I agree with trying to look at this as a regional thing, because I know a lot of the doctors that went through the practicum or through the basically to become family doctors. And I know at the time there was a lot of doctors that didn't really want to take up a practice, and they liked to locum, especially to going to Princeton to be able to do a locum in the emergency room there and not being able to do it in Penticton. So it's super unfortunate to see that it's not as attractive anymore to create that movement, because I think there's an opportunity to have people who want to maybe live in the city, but also want to be able to not just practice in the city, but practice throughout the whole region to get that different perspective. And looking at it as a regional hospital service, and not just like a Penticton or a Princeton or Oliver one, to look at it as, this is a region that you can move around to do practice elsewhere to get different experience. And I think that creates longevity in the family doctor practice. So yeah, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, Director Holmes.
Thank you. So not, I guess, directly related to the motion, but in terms of setting strategy for the region, and I kind of have a request. I made the same request to the Healthcare Society when they presented to us a while back, last month or so, and that we stop thinking of Summerland and Penticton as the same catchment area. That it's great that attachment numbers have been increasing, but to expect Summerland residents to leave their home community to access primary care in another community, that to me isn't really great access. We're trying to build community here and build complete communities, and if people have to leave their home community to access an essential service, then you're kind of gutting out. That's part of gutting out a community. And why would people live there? They will go live in the community where they have to go to see their family doctor, right? Where they have to go to school, where they have to access these things. So I think we need to. I understand that when it was when we're just trying to get people attached and it didn't really care where the doctor was, I kind of get that, but I think now the trend is looking really good, and we can start thinking, let's attach Summerland residents to Summerland doctors and Penticton residents to Penticton doctors.
Yeah, and you sound like the providers that we work with in Summerland. I think You can't underestimate how difficult it is, especially if you don't have transportation or you're elderly or, you know, a range of issues to leave your home community to have services. And we've certainly seen that in labs. I think labs probably across the region were one of the first ones that we saw really running into staffing issues, and the lab services, which is not our decision, believe me, and it's so far removed from what we get access to, but the decision was to move them into more acute areas. So I think we do see that across the healthcare system in terms of primary care attachment. So patients since 2019, if they need a family doctor or nurse practitioner, they sign up on a centralized list. It's called Health Connect Registry at this point. And since 2019, any new attachments we've done have been in the community that either the person registers for. It's most often where they live, but sometimes they elect that they want to have their primary care provider where they work if it's out of town. I think, again, like where it gets difficult is in communities that are chronically underserved. What are we doing with those communities? So I think, again, like in Penticton and Summerland, where we're not out of the woods, but we're starting to see daylight, there has been a strategy to only attach within the community you're living. And in the rural communities, I mean, the goal is that you've got enough providers. Like, we just need to keep pressing until we get the policies and the environment where we can attract into those communities. So I don't know if that helps, but quite honestly, we have no control over the other services and where they're provided, other than to help support family physicians and nurse practitioners in their clinics to be in community.
Okay, one last quick question, Director Roberts, and then I'm going to call a question.
Thank you. Just based on that with the primary care network and then attachments, just for my own clarity of understanding, because one of the concerns that I know from the physicians and care MEAs at the South Smith Community Health Center is that they're being overburdened in the ER because none of the PCN is in and of itself is not seeing unattached people. And with the drop in doctors, and even though people are coming in to do other shifts, they're not attached. And so, and we're going to be losing another physician this November. So, you know, my concern is we've put a lot of capital into a facility and for a PCN, but it's not meeting the needs as we understood it when we used to be in those rural collaborative meetings. It just seems to have turned it on its head from what I understood to be a PCN and how it would help our community. Thank you.
We were tasked in 2018 for Primary Care Network to create a look at how Primary Care Network can support attachment. And it really has always been around attachment. You've seen us regionally really start to take that on, not through Primary Care Network, which is still attachment focused, but as a division and as a membership, when you saw the community walk-in clinic open in Penticton. So that was probably the hospital program back in 2018. That was all designed around how can you have hospital care for patients who aren't attached to a provider. So I guess that was the first one. Maternity care, if you're not attached, it doesn't matter. Walk-in clinic, if you're not attached, doesn't matter. So we are, again, as a division doing, and as a membership, putting a lot of attention into that. Primary Care Network, we've started, and we welcome your participation in this conversation. And we do have a lot of buy-in from Interior Health around, let's think about this. Are we building Cadillac service for a few, Or are we trying to provide service for all? And I think that's the shift that we're probably going to see in the next couple of years. And I should probably turn my mic off because that might be not be consistent with policy right now.
All righty, we got a motion on the floor. I think it's pretty clear. Then I will call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Big thank you to Tracy and Jennifer for coming down and spending some time. Awesome to see the engagement on the board. And I think working together, we can achieve great things. So thank you very much. And I'll just look for a motion to adjourn. Move second. All in favor? Hospital District is adjourned.
We'll move straight into protective services, and I will turn it over to Director Roberts to deal with that.
Okay, let's call the meeting for the Protective Services Committee into order at this time, 12:04. Can I have a motion to accept the agenda? Second it, thank you. All in favor? All right, perfect. All right, can I now move this over to the CAO?
Thank you, Chair. So two things.
Sorry, one sec. Oh, they're all in. Okay, sorry, to the CAO.
Thank you. So we do have an agenda item on here, and after that item, we're going to have Protective Service Senior Manager to give an update on EOCs. So with that, currently the report that you'll be looking at right now is in regards to flood defense and system development policy, with the administrative recommendation being that the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen Board adopt the full defense system deployment policy to guide the development of flood defense system in support of the protection of crucial infrastructure, public safety, and environmental resources. No PowerPoint presentation, but staff's here to answer questions.
Hi all. So if you want, I can give an initial introduction to the policy, just a brief overview. Or do we have one straight? Perfect. So the policy will guide the use of various different flood defense systems. This is sandbags, tiger dams, HESCOs, and any other mobile temporarily deployed systems. It doesn't just speak to the tiger dams. And the purpose of the policy is to establish a common understanding of some key terms and concepts, common understanding of the protocol for deployment, management, and demobilization of any flood defense systems, as well as the deployment decision-making process around concurrent or consecutive flood events where we may have limited resources and a high demand. Some safety standards for the personnel who will be tasked with deploying and managing those systems, training and exercise schedule to make sure that those personnel are comfortable deploying systems safely and effectively, and then post-event evaluation and a continuous improvement process so that we know we're always using these things to the best degree possible. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Do I have any questions for the Protective Services team? Director Monteith.
Thank you, through the chair. So I've been asking for this policy just because I know that there's going to be competing needs. I really had hoped that the policy would come with some sort of like criteria checkbox or something that people could follow along with, because when we have, we have Tulameen flooding, and then you have Twin Lakes flooding, and then you got Sportsman's Bowl flooding. People are going to be looking for a really clean, clear process, and it's identified what the decision making is, but it's not really identified like a ranking system, or is it private utilities over homes? Is it infrastructure, First Nation areas of concern? Like, I don't know. I really had hoped that there would be a little more clear guideline and a process to that.
Do we have able to answer that question?
Yes, thank you. So the policy is going to inform protocols that are going to be developed for the individual or processes for the individual different types of flood defense systems. I think the question is most pertinent to tiger dams, which are the most limited resource that we will have in the area. The decision-making process is going to be guided by the BC Emergency Management System priorities list, the first and foremost being safety to responders. So there will be situations where there will be potentially difficult or very serious consideration given to those competing needs. And you may have an area that has a high need, but if we cannot guarantee the safety of responders in the deployment of the flood defense system to that area that has that high need, then that safety of the to responders will supersede the need. And that might mean that the flood defense system is deployed elsewhere where we know that we can safely deploy them. That's going to be a difficult piece. It's going to be a little bit case by case, but there's going to be consistent criteria guiding those decisions that will be clear to all, known to all in advance. So more to come on that, which is maybe a little bit unsatisfactory, but we'll make sure that that's known and transparent, that decision-making process.
Follow up? No. Any other, Director Holmes?
Just to follow up on that, I see that, as stated, it seems to rely heavily on the BC Emergency Management System response goals, which makes sense. I guess it might be helpful if we could actually see those goals, see those response goals, and if
Yes,
they can send them to us.
This is my error because I know I did include them in the initial draft and I don't see them in the document in front of you. So my apologies for that, but I'll share those.
So we hope to see that in the future then, maybe sent out to the board. CO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a technical change to the recommended motion. It says to adopt, but as we're in committee, we can't adopt. So we need to support at this time.
Thank you. Any other questions for the protective? Oh, I see Director Barkle. Thank you.
All of our organizations, council, RDOS is guided by policies. And over the years, what I've seen is, and policies are great, give staff direction. But what we see on occasion is where policy isn't working it's just impossible to anticipate every situation. So I hope that there'll be certain flexibility in what you come up with as the guiding document, because I just know that it's not going to encompass especially when you're dealing with, emergency situations like you are. Being a goal-oriented sort of a policy, I think helps a great deal, but we'll see what we see in the end.
Yes, and if I may, it will be, the decision-making will be guided by principles that will allow that flexibility, but it will also mean that there is that transparency and that consistency. So everybody will be able to review and understand the thought process that went into it, but agree with you, cannot be overly rigid.
Director Monteith.
Thank you, through the chair. So I had a conversation a couple weeks ago with a director from Christina Lake area, and they were wondering if they could access it. So is it something that can travel if we're not in a need? Is it something we can borrow to other areas?
It would be something we could consider in a situation where we were not at risk at all, but we would definitely consider it.
Thank you. So as an asset, should we have a fees and charges bylaw around that as well?
We could develop one. Yeah.
Sorry, if I can add to that, there are some assets listed in, I can't remember the document now, but say BC Wildfire Service have a list of documents or of various different assets and sort of fixed rates for those assets. Something similar in a flood environment would guide the cost associated with that.
The coin.
That just brings me to another point, since you were talking to Grace. Should we not be looking at an MOU or some sort of agreement with the West Boundary as a support mechanism like we do within our own organization? Anarchists can respond to fires on top of the mountain. I know it's a little bit off of that, but I mean, if we have people from Christina Lake asking for collaboration with us, I mean, maybe there's a bigger conversation to be had with our neighbors on the kettle.
Through the chair, we definitely can open up a conversation with them and see what that looks like for them and for us. And yeah, I mean, it may be something that during an emergency, they call for resources. And at that time, we would offer our resources up similar to an MOU, but without having to require because it's an emergency situation. But we can look at that.
And if I can as well, Tiger Dams specifically, which I think is the piece that we're thinking of most in this conversation, they are available through the province on request. So those communities are not without completely. But agree.
Thank you. So do we have any other questions for Protective Services staff? Well, not seeing any, I'll just pass this back to the CAO.
We have a motion.
The motion? Oh, to support.
Yes. If somebody.
So I have, okay, all in favor? Do you want me to say who?
Update.
Carried. Add a few bottles of water.
But we have an update now from Protective Services.
Perfect. We have the update then from Protective Services.
Yeah. Yeah. So through the chair. So thank you. We, since the last board meeting, we have an update for you on what has been happening with the Emergency Operations Center. Last weekend, we had several fire starts based on the lightning storms that came through. A majority of those were addressed immediately and out now, considered all out. However, we do have we have 2 fires within our regional district and 2 fires outside of our regional district that we're concerned about. So we have the Holden Creek wildfire that is out of control, currently at about 800 hectares. That fire is threatening the Whipshaw Trail and Wells Lake Black Eye Whatcom Trail area, and they have closed. Oh no, sorry, that's not this one. Sorry, BC Wildfires contacted local ranchers to assess the impact on rangelands, and they have now engaged an agricultural liaison to work with the ranchers to move cattle if necessary. The Mine Creek wildfire is also burning out of control. It's considered 1,500 hectares, although this morning it said 1,900. It was corrected this afternoon with communication with BC Wildfire Service this morning. Thompson Regional District, Thompson-Nicola Regional District has issued an evacuation order for one property and an evacuation alert for the Brookmere-Murray Lake area. This wildfire has crossed Highway 5 and is moving eastward and is very close to our boundary. It's actually at the base of Mount Thine. Sorry. They have not requested an evacuation order from us at this time or alert of any kind. However, we did put messaging out last night to the public so that there was an awareness that we are monitoring and working very closely with BC Wildfire Service and the TNRD on this to make sure we are kept up to date. And we have a 1 o'clock meeting this afternoon to get further updates on that fire. There's also a fire called Turnbull Creek, which is out of the regional district. It's right inside Manning Park that is burning quite rapidly towards Highway 3. So that's a concern because we now have Highway 5 closed in both directions and the potential risk to Highway 3. So it's something that we are monitoring very closely. There's a lot of issue with getting into some of these fires because of where they're burning, but they have dispatched resources to them to try and keep these boundaries kept safe, especially the roads. So it's hopefully that they will get the roads opened as soon as possible.
Thank you for that report. Any questions on that report? I have Director Taylor.
Just curious what the standing or level of the EOC is at right now, and also has it been use of the mobile unit over the summer?
We haven't had to dispatch the mobile unit for a response this year. However, we have dispatched both our trailer and our mobile unit to go to different functions with the public to make sure that they're aware of our resources. Sorry, was there a part? Oh, sorry, the EOC level 1 at this point.
Other questions for the team in regards to that? Anything else, CAO? No? Okay. Well, thank you very much for that report. Could we have a motion to adjourn? Second, thank you. All in favor? We're adjourned.
And it's lunch break, so we will be back here at 12:45 for corporate services.
So I usually go this way.
Good.
You have to.
Okay, if we could make our way back to our seats, we'll get started here shortly. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, we do have a quorum, so we can get started. Okay, I'm going to call the Corporate Services Committee meeting to order. We have a proposed agenda. Looking for a motion to approve that. Moved, seconded. Thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? That motion carries. Only the one item on here, RDOS support to the new municipality of Okanagan Falls. Go to the CAO. I'm not sure your mic is on.
Plugged in.
No.
Very good.
Try that one.
Hello?
Oh. Blew us out of the room.
Somebody got me.
Okay, you're good to go.
Thank you. So the reason you got this report is because the province asked me to submit a report regarding the new local government of OK Falls, which will eventually be incorporated. What they want to do is look at a plan that will support the municipality and help them achieve success. So a few things is the budget, the service level, and how is it done? And I just wanted the board to see what is involved. Attached to this report is a list of 16 services that the new municipality may take over, 3 of which I originally recommended that they stay with the regional district because they may be eventually regional services. That's 1 sewer service and 2 water services. But the province has stated in negotiations is that the most that they would do for the utilities is let them stay with the regional district for 3 years. And that would give the new municipality, local government a time to straighten out the staff and service levels, etc. So, but within those 3 years, the local government can determine if they want to keep them, but it would be their choice. The other 13 services are services which all the other municipalities in the regional district have to take over, but they can contract out back to us. There's two options regarding the budget. Because the local government won't be official until October 26, 2026, there is no capacity to do any taxation for 2026. So one option is we do the budget as if it's electoral area D the whole year. So even though they would be an official government in November, December, we would then still, this board would decide on the service level and pay for the staff to do the work. The other option would be that we determine how much of the taxation we taxed on for that area for those 2 months. And it's not easy to do, but it can be done because I did it when I was in the other municipality. And the local government then determines the service level. There also for 2027, that might be a challenge because just because they're a local government on October 26 doesn't mean that they're up and running. They would have one corporate officer for the whole staff, and that's it. The local government, the mayor and council would have to hire a CFO/CAO, a new corporate officer, because usually the corporate officer is interim, and they'd have to actually have the software to pay the bills and have money in the bank and draw from that. What we did when I was in the other municipality is we shared our software. So we split the software. So the component was, they were separate for the new local government and separate for us, but that means time, that means money. We'd have to have a service agreement. And that service agreement would mean that it costs neutral to us. Whatever it cost us, and yes, director, it would mean administration, because that's that's our fees and charges bylaw. Only you can waive that, but that is a true cost. Ultimately, what I'm recommending is that we're going to be fair with the municipality. Whatever the board decides at one point, I would recommend that we negotiate with the new staff or the new local government and make it work. So what you see here is what the province is going to get early next week. And then they can come back and just fine tune it if they wish, because ultimately all I can do is suggest. What isn't a suggestion is those 16 services. Those 16 services are theirs. The only thing that the local government could do is contract them back to us for a certain amount of time. So this is more for information only. I didn't want to put it into the board with a recommendation because then you would be making a call for a government that doesn't exist right now, and they may not like the direction that we're going. So if you have any questions, I am deeply involved with the province on this part of it because this part affects the regional district staff time materially.
Hey, thank you for that, CAO. Is there any questions or in regards to that? Go ahead, Director Monteith.
Thank you through the chair. Is there one of these options that's that leaves the community without a taxation and a catch up?
So
go ahead.
So what I'm stating in this report is that if they are not able to do the taxation, that we will do it for them. So there is one that they can actually say, you tax for us for 2027. So 2026 there's no way that they can actually charge tax. But for 2027, they may have the ability, if they hire the right people, they more than likely could do it. One of the things that we as a regional district are supplying is a free budget software with all the charge codes. We're actually looking at if the board, the council, I'm not saying it the other way around. No. If council wants to take it, it's theirs for free, and free is good. But they can charge, they can have their own taxability, but it depends on how successful they can be.
Okay, follow up, go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. So does that mean there'll be no extra administration fee associated with that? I'm not a fan of that. to begin with, and I've seen other services, Oklahoma Water Basin Board, library, they get artificially charged that even though we're just cutting them a check and moving it forward.
CAO?
So what I'm recommending is what you're talking about is a service, and each service does have an admin fee based on the current policy for the board. If we do a recoverable job, and I'll use an example, if someone hits a fire hydrant, we will charge whatever the labor cost to repair that fire hydrant plus administration fee. That administration fee is 15%, and that's based on a board policy, which includes the IT, legislative services, finance. So it's not an extra administration fee, and that's something I will bring to the board when it comes time to do the final negotiations.
Okay, Ken, go ahead, follow up.
So I wasn't clear. I meant when the transition happens to the new municipality, would they be charged the administration fee even though we just collect it and cut them a check so that they can operate?
There won't be any extra admin fee. In fact, what for 2026, because of the delay in becoming a local government, I've asked the province to waive the 5.25 administration fee that they charge. And we're talking the material amount. Electoral area D as a whole, because I don't even see I don't know the boundaries for the new municipality. Area D as a whole, the admin fee was $182,000 for this last year. So I'm saying waive the portion for that part of it. As far as the min fee that you're talking about, no, but there will be an additional fee out of that. So if I have a labor going and work for them for 1 hour and they make $20 an hour, that labor has support costs. That's all it'll be the labor cost plus the support cost. And the last time that I took it to the board, it went from 12% to 15%, and that's a break even. But we're not there to make money. I want to have it so that it's a win-win situation, and that they know that they can trust the staff, because we're not going to take advantage of them.
Okay, Director Taylor?
Yeah, two areas of comment, just in respect to services 14 through 16. Just this draft says that these would be regional. I liked it better when I heard what the CAO said, that the province was requiring that these would be transferable at the municipality's option in 3 years. I'd just like to see an update to reflect that.
CAO?
So that was a recommendation that I put forward for the provinces to consider, so that there was an option, not just for the province, but for you as a board. There has been, in the previous municipality I worked with, the municipality lost out because they didn't have an option, and the regional district lost out. So I put that in there based on the experience I got from, and that previous municipality was West Kelowna. And so I went through this, but on the other side. And I know the issues that could happen from both sides. And I told myself one day that if this ever happened, and wow, it did, I would be fair. And now I'm on the other side. So province said it's up to the mayor and council to determine if they want it. And I'm not going to disagree.
Okay, following up, or?
So I'd just love to see that comment documented somewhere, because the only thing that's documented at the moment in writing is that these will be regional services.
Go ahead, CAO.
It recommends, not says. So when the province gets this, and this is why I'm here to get your comments, the province will get this document. I can adjust to take those three, it's the 3 little stars that you're talking about. They're gone.
Okay. Anything further? All right, Director Monteith.
Thank you through the chair. So Director Taylor, we just talked yesterday about this. So if you're asking for that to be removed, Kaleden Irrigation District is considering joining the water system and doing a joint project, which would reduce the cost for everyone, but likely not if it's Okanagan Falls, right? So if you're taking that off the table, you're taking a really big conversation off the table.
Always stuff to consider about every decision we make, but go ahead, Director Taylor, you.
I'm saying, I think that if we wind up going in that direction, I think OK Falls Mayor and Council would look at that, but I wouldn't want to just automatically say right now, it's going to be a regional service, and then we don't even know if that proposal is going to go ahead. So I wind up with Okanagan Falls locked in to water as a regional service, servicing OK Falls. Or would we do that?
Always different sides to the
All on
point.
board, and I mean, it's recognized that just as Cleveland would potentially look at going into a regional service, well, Okanagan Falls would potentially and quite likely look at going into a regional service. I'd say they're very interested in it. Okay. But at the moment, it's their service. They paid for it. Just like the sewer system, which is also listed as going to be just the way it is now with the asterisk in there. It's listed as recommended to be a regional service. Well, hold on a second. Yes, there was a grant, but the service is paid for by Area D people. And the only people that are on the sewer that are paying for it are in Okanagan Falls. So why would we automatically just say before any decisions about regional service have been made that we're a regional service? We're starting out as, just as you are starting out an irrigation district. I would see they're starting out as a municipal service. Yes, I don't think that in any way precludes or is mutually exclusive with proceeding with that grant application for one water treatment plant that services four systems that would then merge and become a regional service.
Okay, CAO, did you want to add something to it?
Just to say that there is that 3-year window. And ultimately, after those 3 years, I'm pretty sure the province will come back both to the new local government and the regional district to see where this is going. One of the things that happened in West Kelowna is there's 2 irrigation districts that the province said that they have to be taken over by the city within 10 years. It was proven that the municipality could handle it and it wasn't going to be regional. So the province said, no, you now have to do 3 years. So there's going to be an open window for that. And that 3 years, if the board has any concerns within that 3 years, could come back to the province and go, hey, wait, we want to look at it again. So you do have some power.
Okay. Director Taylor, and then we will move on, I think.
Just appreciated Director Monte's comments about overhead. Just again, would appreciate if we could document somewhere that would be cost neutral or something.
That's what I intend. It's cost neutral, but neutral for no profit for the regional district, but no loss for the regional district. I have a CFO there that is watching closely.
I'm sure. All right. Don't believe there's anything else, CAO, on this?
Nothing else.
Okay, looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved, seconded. Thank you. All in favor? This is just for information at this stage. It will come back to a regular board meeting at some point in the future, but I don't think we have a time frame yet for that. So I had the all in favor. Was there anybody opposed? No, we are adjourned and we will move straight into planning and development. And I'm going to make the assumption that Director Weeb, who's somehow sitting sideways in his chair on our screen, is going to want Director Federico to take this over. So I will turn it over to Director Federico.
Thank you to the chair. I could sit here with my head sideways as well, but that might get uncomfortable. So I'd like to call the meeting to order at 1:02 for Planning and Development Committee and ask for a motion to adopt the agenda. Mover, seconder, all in favor? Okay, any opposed? Perfect. And we are now looking at item B, the Regional Growth Strategy Bylaw Review and Okanagan Valley Community Plan, which I will refer to the CAO.
Thank you. I'm just looking for the staff that's going to be presenting this. I'll start with the purpose and read the administrative recommendation. The purpose of this report is to provide options in relation to the proposed amendment to the South Okanagan Growth Strategy Bylaw and supported updates to the Okanagan Valley Electoral Area Community Plan Bylaw, with the staff recommendation being that the South Okanagan Regional Growth Strategy Amendment Bylaw 2770.02 and Okanagan Valley Official Community Plan Bylaw be initiated. And I have Mr. Fillion here. And apparently there's also a PowerPoint presentation.
There is, and Chris and Ben are on the way back. Chris and Ben should be on their way back to present, so we just messaged them. So if we could give it a minute or two, I'm not prepared and going to even attempt to try to present this on their behalf because there's a lot of questions and a lot of, I'm sure there'll be a lot of dialogue associated with this specific topic. So I'll just touch base and see if they are nearby.
So town hall is kind of like just phone them. Is even. Here.
There's something, it show up. And it's dealing with the learning possible. That's it.
Okay.
We'll go to staff now. Thank you for joining us.
So we have a PowerPoint.
The only item on planning committee today is regional growth strategy review. That's RDOS file number X 2022.001. Just because I know that this project has been kicking around for a while, I'm going to start with a bit of background on the RGS review component. And so just a refresher for the board, the RGS was originally drafted between 2004 and 2010. And the participants in the regional growth strategy include the Okanagan municipalities, that's Penticton, Summerland, Oliver, Asias, as well as the South Okanagan electoral areas. That's A, C, D, E, F, and I. And under Section 25 of the Local Government Act, the purpose of any regional growth strategy is to promote human settlement that is socially, economically, and environmentally healthy, and that makes efficient use of public facilities and services, land, and other resources. Slide. And so just jumping ahead to the original project scope for this RGS review, it was originally included in the 2020 business plan. And at that time, the focus of the review was on the rural growth area designation in the map schedule to the RGS. And the review was initiated based on OCP bylaw direction at the time in relation to this reviewing the suitability of certain growth areas in the region. So at that time, I believe it was prompted by an Area A OCP review. And the areas that were identified at that time included Willow Beach, Anarchist Mountain, as well as Greta Ranch and Area F. Jumping forward 2 years, there was a revision to the project scope, and this was mainly in relation to ongoing initiatives and legislative updates by the province. And so you can see there's a number of additions, and this included replacing the settlement and growth area maps, introducing new housing and development objectives and policies, updating energy emissions and climate change sections of the regional growth strategy, as well as incorporating what at that time was recent census data from 2021 and reflecting a 2021 housing needs assessment report that had been completed by the regional district. And then the last amendment that was made to the regional growth strategy review project scope was in August 2023. And at that planning and development committee, there was a resolution from the board to amend the project scope further. This included removing Naramata and Kaleden as any sort of growth area, whether that was rural growth area or village settlement area, and as well updating the climate action policies in the RGS. And so the next section, I'm just going to go over the current RGS amendment proposal, responding to that direction from August 2023. So there's 5 key updates that staff are proposing at this time. The first one is implementing new policies reflecting the provincial direction on climate change. The second is incorporating the most recent, which is 2021 census data, updating the growth management map to help improve land use decisions, primarily outside of growth areas. Number 4 is new language on urban containment boundaries, and this is reflecting new language that was introduced to the Local Government Act as part of the small-scale multi-unit housing updates last year. And then the 5th change is updates to the village settlement area policies, and staff feel that these changes would implement the direction from the board to help limit growth and maintain the small town character in Naramata, Kaleden. And because the village settlement area does also apply to Gallagher Lake, the exchanges would apply there as well. So I'm just going to quickly go through each of those 5 changes one by one. So the climate change mitigation and adaptation changes, this is to reflect new requirements under the Climate Change Accountability Act. And really what is being changed is language to reflect those 3 targets that you see there, which are included in that act. Next slide. The second change just relates to updating population and demographics that are included in the regional growth strategy, and that's to reflect updated census data from 2021. Really, it's just going to affect the population growth estimates and projections that are shown there on the left. The third change relates to the growth areas that are designated in the RGS. So this change primarily relates to growth areas now only including urban growth areas. Previously, the RGS included a distinction between rural growth areas and primary growth areas. This change would effectively remove the rural growth areas, and in doing so would direct 95% of future growth to the municipalities in the region. The reason for this is that these areas include all of the necessary infrastructure, servicing, and amenities needed from a planning perspective to accommodate future growth. And as a result, these areas would be directed to include the full range of residential, commercial, institutional, and industrial land uses. Somewhat related to this is new language being introduced in relation to an urban containment boundary. And as I mentioned, this is related to Bill 44, which is one of the housing statute amendment acts that was introduced by the province tail end of 2023. And really what this is aiming to achieve is to clarify the intent of the regional growth strategy. So it was somewhat of a quirk of the language introduced by Bill 44 is that it does allow an urban containment boundary to be designated either in an RGS or in a municipal OCP. But just in recognition that it was not the intent of the regional growth strategy to direct to municipalities how growth should be planned for or accommodated within their jurisdictional boundaries. It was merely to direct at a regional or landscape level where growth was being directed. And so this language is clarifying that for the purposes of this piece of legislation, an urban containment boundary would be designated and established by municipalities in the region and not by the regional district's RGS. The next change that is included in this proposed amendment is changes to the village settlement area. And you can see the 3 village settlement areas that currently exist. That's being Cleedon, Gallagher Lake, and Naramata. And despite the direction from the board to remove Naramata and Cleedon as any sort of growth area, and I think the specific language referred to a growth area or a village settlement area, staff felt that changes could be made to the existing village settlement area designation that would accommodate the intent of that request, which is to, as we understand it, limit new growth and to maintain the small town character. And so the proposed amendment aims to do that by limiting development, by restricting new infrastructure. And this would primarily be in relation to the creation of new infrastructure services. And it would be done through the creation of what is being referred to as a service containment boundary. And again, that's primarily to limit the outward expansion of existing services or the creation of wholesale new services. This would include a carve out to support the improvement or ongoing maintenance of existing services, essentially to maintain what is currently in these village settlement areas, but not to expand outwards or to intensify with new infrastructure, new services, and as a consequence of that, the development that would occur as a result of creation of new services. So I'm just going to pivot. There's a second part to this package that we're presenting today, and that's the inclusion of an Okanagan Valley official community plan bylaw. As I'm going to get through in the next couple of slides, there's a reason why we're tying the two of these together, and it's due to the fact that they're, from a staff perspective, achieving similar broad regional land use objectives. So a bit of background on this particular component. There was originally direction from the Planning and Development Committee back in November of 2022 to undertake an official community plan bylaw for the Okanagan Valley electoral areas, and that this work would be done in 2023 as a strategic project. And at the time, staff presented a few issues that were prompting this consolidated bylaw and a review of the existing Okanagan Valley OCP bylaws into one. The main reason was that over the last 20 years, we've seen very long review periods to complete a full cycle of each of the electoral area OCP updates. And you can see this was originally the OCP review schedule from 2020, and we can see that it starts at 2021 and estimates that the full review would be completed by about 2037. Although I will note that our actual experience has been that it takes quite a few years longer than that due to unintended delays, inability to procure a consultant to help complete this work, and so on. Related to that, staff identified that the cost to review these 8 OCP bylaws over the next 20 years was projected to exceed $1 million. And this was factoring in that the current consulting budget, it's about $110,000 per OCP update currently, but that figure has not been adjusted for inflation and due to low turnout from consultants to RFPs that are being submitted for recent OCP updates. It's anticipated that that $110,000 budget would need to be increased, particularly over the next 20-year horizon. And as I identified, another issue that was identified, I believe this was in relation to the Area G and Area E OCP updates, which were 2 of the most recent ones that we did. I believe the figures that we were seeing was 1 to 2 consultants in some cases, even after we reposted the RFP, which from a staff perspective indicates that the dollar amount being proposed for the budget may not be competitive. The flip side of that is that from a staff perspective, consolidating these bylaws was seen to have a number of benefits. The main one being that it would effectively free a plan or 2 for each of those OCP review periods, which is it's about a 2-year block where a plan or 2 would be allocated just to one project being OCP review. And that being freed from 6 different OCP bylaw reviews on a consecutive basis for the Okanagan region, this would free up one of the plan or 2s for other project work. And I've just identified the 2025 project list for this year, which myself and Shannon are working on. On the flip side of that as well, reducing the number of OCPs, just calling back to that last slide where I indicated the 20-year anticipated budget being about $1 million for this, each of the OCP reviews, reducing the number could have a cost savings over 15 to 20 years between $650,000 and $750,000. And the reason I presented that as a range there is just as I noted, the budget is currently $110,000, but staff have already previously identified that that may not be a competitive budget anymore, and it has not been updated to reflect inflation. As well, staff do feel that a single OCP bylaw would offer improved clarity, consistency, and transparency, as well as customer service, not only to residents in the region, but also to developers that are looking to develop property in the region as well. There were some other considerations. Some of these have materialized after that original request to the board, but the first bullet point here is really coming out of some of these housing statutes amendments being introduced by the province. One of the requirements is now that OCPs will need to be reviewed every 5 years. That's only in relation to the most recent housing needs report. There's an expectation that housing needs report will be completed every 5 years, and that those housing needs will then be reflected in the OCP bylaw the year after the housing needs report is completed. So that will, from a staff perspective, increase the pressure on the regional district to undertake OCP bylaw reviews on a more frequent basis than has been our historical norm. Another consideration is that as staff looked into the OCP bylaws in each of the Okanagan electoral areas, we found that about 85% of the policies do overlap substantially. And that's not altogether surprising, considering that just any regional district OCP bylaw is, just by virtue of being a regional district OCP, it's mainly going to be dealing with regional land use issues. And so about 85% of the actual policies contained in those documents are regional issues dealing with the board's perspective and policies on those regional issues. And the reason why we're running these two items together is that the consultation requirements under the Local Government Act are very similar for a regional growth strategy amendment, as well as an OCP bylaw adoption. And not just the legislative requirements, but there are also policy similarities between the two documents. And so doing this work as a single project rather than as two separate projects may offer some efficiencies. Just sort of the flip side to my 85% number on that previous slide, the remaining 15% of policies that genuinely are different per area, it's mainly in relation to what are referred to as local area policies. And so I've just included one example. This is from the electoral area AOCP bylaw, indicating the Kilpoola Spotted Lake local area policy. What we have done in this draft OCP is attempted to standardize the presentation of those local area policies within the document. So we have just updated the maps. It's mostly cosmetic in nature, offering some text and graphic improvements just to clarify where these areas are and to deal with some sort of consistency between areas. So just some next steps. Really what staff are looking for, there is a motion on the staff report, which is to initiate these two projects in the format that I've just described. So just as one single project moving forward. Recognizing that the board may wish to provide direction in some alternative approach. However, if the board does wish to initiate the project as proposed by staff, the next step would be to come back to committee with a report summarizing all of the significant policy changes in the OCP bylaw. And this is in recognition that the regional district does have a standing land use bylaw transition policy, which would require that staff come back and present all of the substantial policy changes. Then the second component that we would come back with is a draft consultation plan, and this is a statutory requirement for the RGS amendment and would also be very similar in nature to the statutory requirements for an OCP bylaw. And that's the end of my PowerPoint. I'm happy to take any questions from the board.
Thank you. I have many, but I will see where others are at. Director McCordoff.
We go. Thank you. I know that at the very beginning, you mentioned Willow Beach at the north end of Vesuvius Lake. And I'm thinking there was something in the report on that as well about the riparian area. And I've never, ever been in favor of development at Willow Beach because of that area needs to be protected. And if there's flooding, it would flood everybody. Can you comment on that? Because I don't see that. Is that still being considered as a regional growth area? Because if it is, I don't like it one bit.
Through the chair, no, it's not being considered a growth area. That does date back to the original impetus for this review, was that there were a number of growth areas that were identified as having substantial limitations that essentially called into question the feasibility of those areas as accommodating growth. I believe there were other issues in relation to Willow Beach around servicing as well.
So I didn't see it on your report that it had been taken out. I just noticed it at the beginning. So when was it taken out? In 2023?
I believe that would have been included in one of the earlier drafts. If you call back to those 2022 and 2023 presentations to the board.
Yes.
That hasn't changed since those committee presentations, but Mr. Garish might be able to expand on that.
Thank you, Chris.
Sorry, all I'll add is that currently Willow Beach and all the other rural growth areas still exist within the RGS as growth areas. But the amendment bylaw that's before you today would change that and would remove that rural growth area designation from Willow Beach.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now to Director Coyne Senior.
I apologize. I had to leave for a few minutes and I missed the start of this. But are you proposing, just from what I caught in the end of it, making one OCP for everybody in, or is it just the people who are involved in the RGS?
Through the chair, it would just be the electoral areas that participate in the RGS. So that'd be the Okanagan Valley electoral areas.
Good, thank you. That's all I need to know.
Right. I've got Director Gilbert and then Bush and Monteith.
Yeah, thanks through the chair. Just a question in regards to the cost of the OCPs. Is that borne by the regional district as a whole, or do those each individual areas pay for those OCP updates?
So through the chair, the costs are borne through electoral area planning, and I think the understanding has always been that during a particular electoral area OCP review, the other electoral areas would be subsidizing that project, but with the understanding that when their OCP came up for review, it would be covered equally by the electoral area planning budget.
Director Bush.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Mark, didn't we accept something happening at Willow Beach a few years back? Seems to me we did. Wasn't what they proposed, but I thought we agreed to something.
I think through the chair, maybe Chris can answer it better, his recollection maybe, but I believe there was some sort of a rezoning, but it was down zoned considerably. But Chris?
Yeah, so through the chair, the original proposal back in 2007, 2008 was for 1,088 units. And that never was able to proceed. And I think one of the main issues was servicing. And there was no water connection to the existing line. And the Northwest Sewer wasn't sized to accommodate that development. So I believe there was rezoning in 2017 or 2018 where they effectively not downzoned it because it had retained a commercial tourist campground zone and a small medium density zone, but it was basically to allow a 40-lot subdivision to occur. But the same servicing issues have been a challenge for that development as well. So.
Director Monteith.
Thank you. No surprise, I'm not a fan of losing my local electoral area autonomy. It's actually, reading through the document, I was really disappointed that most of my area is not even represented or mentioned, but yet in our original OCP they are. So I can give many examples where parts of my area are now being left out, which they all have their own little local area plan or local area vision. So that's a disappointing part of the process. I'm also greatly concerned about some of the language that's being presented. Is it the language that's there? Where did that come from is my first question.
Through the chair. So the language that is in that draft version included on the agenda, that is an attempt to synthesize the different OCP bylaws in the Okanagan Valley, just in recognition that because of that long review period that I mentioned, the language doesn't exactly jive one-to-one between those documents. The policy direction is largely the same, but over the years, the exact word usage has changed between areas. In some circumstances, consultants have been used to substantially draft some of the OCP bylaws, and there is different language that appears for that reason. So really, that's an attempt to sort of reconcile the different policy language that's used throughout the region. To your first point regarding language reflecting your particular electoral area, really that's one of the reasons why that we are presenting this at committee, is if there is a desire for policies that are different or language that is different that could be included in that document. Ultimately, under the legislation, whether it's one OCP or many, the legal requirements and the tools that we have to work with are the exact same. The main difference is financial and time constraints. How long is it going to take us to review these, and what's it going to cost? So just on that note, if there is any direction that you would like to see, staff would look for direction on that.
All right, I have a follow-up. So, I mean, I have concerns about the language, specifically around Caledon and Penticton Indian Band being mentioned. And I've had communication with members about that. That's just not consistent with our OCP. Now it's changed. I mean, our local concerns are not accurate. Like, I guess I'm just concerned that this document even became public when I wasn't given input into it, and it's outdated. So I guess in hindsight, I think that meeting with the electoral area directors and having an understanding of where we're at and what we'd be willing to combine would have been a great place to start, because I feel like I've lost autonomy. We've lost some of our wording that was important to our community. When a community does an OCP, they're highly invested in the process, and they've had a process, and they've bought into the changes in the bylaw. But when we try to combine it, we're losing that. So I'm highly concerned about how it's been presented, and I can't support it in its current format.
Director Taylor.
What's the time frame required if they were done as a group? As, you know, one size fits all with independent chapters. How long would that take?
Just to confirm I'm understanding your question correct, are you asking like what would be the time frame needed to update that when the next OCP update? Well, really, it wouldn't be substantially longer than is currently required for any of the individual OCP bylaws. And the reason for that is the statutory requirements for one or several OCP bylaws are the exact same. But maybe more of a practical question is if there is maybe perhaps consultation requested from the board in each electoral area, that could potentially draw out that time frame. But it is a matter that the board would have discretion over and could direct staff to do as much or as little consultation as is required under the Act as they see fit.
Follow up. So a couple of years to do the all-encompassing version as opposed to 20 years to do all of them.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
AC. Oh, Director Pendergraph.
Okay, I'm reasonably comfortable with the OCP as long as there is a bit more substance for each area to get that individual flavor there a little bit more. Where I struggle with on this whole thing is the regional growth strategy. And 95% of the growth to the municipalities, I think the majority of the growth will go there, but that basically says there's no new rezoning in the electoral areas. And I don't agree with that completely. I think that needs to be determined. What the process is to determine that, maybe it's certain studies, maybe it's something else, but there are places in the rural areas that can grow on septic, on wells, and as we're seeing with Sage Mesa and some of these places, being on your own is maybe better than being in a big group. It's way cheaper to maintain your own well than it is to maintain some community system. So I think we need to revisit that. Regional growth strategy should direct the majority of the growth to the municipalities, but not totally eliminate any new rezonings in the rural areas. And that's basically the way it is now. Every application that comes for a rezoning, staff pretty much are against it based on the regional growth strategy. And I think that maybe needs to be where we check. I don't know how to word it, but that needs to be revisited somewhere.
Director Coyne Jr.
You're reluctant to give me the mic. I mean, my opinions are on this is mute on this because it's not mine. But what I am concerned with is that like this should be workshopped out. We're hearing from rural directors that, you know, they're not comfortable with this. You know, it all kind of showed up and now you're kind of like asking for direction. But really, I think, you know, with the changes that are happening in OK Falls area, this needs to be talked about with you guys. Director Monteith's not happy. Director Pendergraph is not happy. You know, the participants need to sit down, and I think there's two sets of participants you need to sit down with and talk about with this before you bring this back to the group. Because again, I'm hearing all this frustration around this table, and you know, we've had these conversations in the past over these things, and this is how it all ends up. And then, you know, everybody feels pressured. I really want to urge staff to go back, sit down with the directors and have a conversation in a very meaningful way this time so that it doesn't come back here until it's ready.
Staff.
So just as a reminder for the board, so the regional growth strategy is a shared bylaw. There is one set of participants, and that's municipal and rural.
Yeah.
And in order to get the changes adopted to the RGS, it requires supporting resolutions from each of the member municipalities. And in order for us to consult with them, in order to get their opinion on the proposed changes, we need a consultation plan endorsed by the board and direction from the board to go forward in order to get that input. So that getting that direction today would be helpful for us to address the concerns that you've raised.
Yeah, but you also plopped in aligning every one of their OCPs together at the same time as you talk about this. And you obviously haven't discussed this with Director Monteith, you know, and others. So, you know, we've had these conversations in the past at this table, and here we are doing it again. We need to have better communication between you and the participants as you move forward. And we're not all part of the RGS, and we're all sitting at the RGS, and that's why I'm not going to talk about the RGS. I'm talking about the process right now.
Director Holmes.
Yeah, I don't think we're in crisis mode here. I think it's just some more work on it is required. I don't think it's that onerous. I think we need to you flush out in the OCP, you flush out the local area policies a bit more. You know, working with each electoral area director. I see the point that they ought to be more detailed, certainly about how each, you know, what's important to each, the values of those communities. I could see being a part of in the OCP there. And for the growth strategy, as a kind of neutral observer on the board, I view there's a in terms of growth areas in the rural areas, I think there's a bit of a divide on the board, and that makes it difficult for staff, for sure. I mean, there's some Some of you think, yeah, we need more growth in outside the municipalities, and some of you think, no, we don't. And that's, you know, how do you reconcile that? You know, so that's not really on staff, that's on us, and ultimately, you know, come down to a vote. But I think, you know, we just keep at it. We'll get there.
Go to Director Coyne Senior, because I think that's a new hand.
Here again, I'm not part of this RGS thing, so my big concern here is amalgamating the OCPs for the different areas. Director Monteith is the perfect example where, since this was all written, now Apex is part of Culloden, but Okanagan Falls isn't. Things were set up prior to this, these divisions. It's just such a huge change, and you can't even begin to compare somebody's life at Apex with somebody that lives on West Bench. They're two totally different worlds. People live in those different communities for different reasons. And to have one OCP that tells you what you can and cannot do on your property in the whole Okanagan area, that's just not even close to being fair or democratic in my mind. Those individual communities need to have their voice, and their voice comes through their director. So kudos to Director Monteith for bringing this forward, because I think that is a huge, huge issue. And that is the big fear that I have of trying to roll everything into the to one OCP. I mean, even though we're not part of it, you know, when we have changes, and I talk to planning about things on different issues, and they say, well, that's the way we do it in the Okanagan, but we're on the other side of the hill. We don't want to be on your side of the hill. So I really believe that it's important that everybody keep their own identity. It's like having a little hot dog stand on the side of the road. Do you want to be independent hot dog stand, or do you want to be part of a McDonald's? So just kind of have to have an open mind and keep this. Sometimes the little issues are the big issues with families, and especially multi-generational families, and then we come in and think we're going to rule over top of them. This is a big issue with me, so I think people really need to think long and hard about this. Thank you.
Jim?
See that this needs to be fine-tuned, and I like the recommendation about having a workshop and then come back for review after the workshops. So there's a lot of discussion right now, and the fine-tuning would probably resolve the issues.
Director Barkwell and then Director Holmes.
Mayor Holmes spoke about varying opinions on where growth should be. I guess that's what the discussion is. It's about the regional growth strategy. And as a sort of an urban dweller, I don't know how much I have to say, but I guess I have a vote on the board. And I'd just like to toss my support behind Chair Pendergraft's comments. I think that there's too much emphasis on the theoretical ideal of growth only where there's services and things established. I think we should also accommodate those who want the more rural living, and that can be accommodated through wells and septic and stuff. And it shouldn't be overly restrictive. I think it should definitely needs to accommodate that area.
Director Holmes?
Yeah, I think what's required here is a little more than fine tuning in a workshop. I think there's a fundamental question that has to be answered. And do we want one OCP for the valley or not? I think that's, the board hasn't even got its head around that yet. And you know, I respect what Director Coyne and Director Monteith say about community identity. I am all for it, but within electoral areas, there are different communities, each with their own identities. You know, so electoral area I, Caledon isn't the same as Apex, which isn't the same as Twin Lakes. They all have their own identities, and those are accommodated within one OCP right now. Just like West Bench isn't the same as Falder. They're way different, but you have one OCP that recognizes that. So it's not a huge leap then to have one OCP for the whole Okanagan, and recognizing all these different community identities. And in a way, you can use that to solidify that there's these different communities all around in different electoral areas with each identities. That's not too different than the District of Summerland's OCP, where we have lots of different communities. And that's highlighted and stressed in our OCP that there's a neighborhood plan for Trail Creek, there's a neighborhood plan for Lower Town, there's a neighborhood plan for downtown. They're all reinforced in the OCP, and you can do that with a regional OCP. I would say better than you could with your own individual OCPs. So, but I think that's what needs to be decided is, are we proceeding with a one OCP for the whole valley or for the whole, for the South Okanagan or not? I think that has to be figured out.
Director Watt?
Thank you to the chair. You're all right. But I think that the starting point to that is in fact a workshop. So let's go through a workshop process and find out what direction we want to take as a region. And if that is by going our own separate ways, then that is step 2. But let's start off with an overall dynamic that we're going to do a workshop and see where it takes us. Well, having said that, I would make that as a motion.
Yes. Oh, that is second. Perfect. I would like to talk in here, but discussion. Director Pendergraft.
I'm supportive of the workshop idea, but I would suggest it's done in 2 separate things. The regional growth strategy be one, and the OCP discussion a separate one, so that they're not watered down, and there can be actually then the municipalities come to the regional growth strategy discussion, and if they want to come to the OCP one, they can, but they're not forced to. That would be my suggestion. Separate it so we can have a thorough discussion on both, because we'll run out of time in one workshop for both.
Corporate officer, do we suggest a friendly amendment or can we just put that in there?
I think staff has heard, and I've just got that we need a moved and seconded the request for a workshop, and I'll just word it that it's for RGS and for the other.
Is this because last time we went through amendments, there was a lot of them? Director Bloomfield.
Thank you. And yeah, I fully support a workshop. It seems to me that from what I understand from staff there, I think that there's a requirement to have an approval from the entire board on the regional growth strategy, and so and what that looks like, and with the OCP, I agree. You know, like I agree about having separate areas within one OCP for the whole regional district. You know, we could have separate autonomous areas within that OCP, and that might help with the cost of an OCP process rather than all the individual OCPs. And it's also, I think that workshop would be a time to reflect on what we've done with the zoning, because it's all related. And the efforts over the years, the monumental efforts by staff to have a single zoning bylaw for the Okanagan Valley. And now I'm seeing, we're seeing all of these requests for individual considerations for bylaws for different areas, and whether it be zoning or other forms of bylaws. Is that process of a single zoning for the Okanagan Valley, is that something that we need to consider and look at? Is it a success or a failure? Just a comment.
Director Barco.
A question for staff, or two questions for staff, if I could. The province requires a regional growth strategy and one that's updated every few years, don't they? Yeah. So how many years?
So statutory requirements to review it every 5 years.
Okay.
And so we're going to be asking you later this year what you want to do for the next 5 years, but we're hoping to get.
And then as far as an OCP is concerned, or like an overall regional OCP, is that any sort of a statutory requirement for that? And if there isn't, is there an identifiable benefit to having an overall OCP versus regional, area OCPs?
So through the chair, so there's no statutory requirement in relation to quote unquote a regional OCP in terms of review dates. But with RGS is having to be reviewed every 5 years, census data is coming down every 5 years, housing needs having to be reviewed every 5 years. We're kind of getting into this 5-year cycle where amendments are likely going to have to be made to OCPs. And from staff's perspective, if I'm recalling the second part of your question correctly, I mean, certainly the benefits, financial and staff resources for a single OCP and not trying to maintain 8 different ones, which take us 20 plus years to review, that money and that staff time can be freed up for other board projects that are identified through strategic planning.
Okay, seeing no other hands, I'll jump in here. I don't hate it and I don't love it. I'm sitting somewhere in the middle. Reading through it, I can understand perspective from staff to keep it easy, and land use is land use. I do not like the local area plans in there. We do get lost. We lose our identity. They're just kind of like these black words shoved into a document without photos or anything that kind of highlights our areas and who we are. So wasn't super thrilled on that. I know I have a very engaged OCP committee who would be very interested in where this is all going. So connecting with them and my residents is imperative to me, which happy to do after workshop, which I fully support. So seeing no other hands, I will call the question. If all in favor of having a workshop divided into one for the RGS and one for the OCP. Excellent. Didn't look like anyone was opposed, but I will ask if anyone was opposed. Excellent. And now the best one to be calling, as we are at the end of the day, a motion to adjourn. First and seconded, and I don't think anyone's opposed, so thanks.
Okay, I believe that ends the day. Thank you, everybody, for your patience with the day, and thanks to staff for the extra work to make this happen down here. Much appreciated. Yeah, and thanks to Osuias for hosting us or in having us here. So.